Honourable members, ask the Speaker.
Honourable members, there's no quorum. Honourable members, there's no quorum. I suspend Parliament until further ringing of the bells.
Honourable members, we have quorum. The Honourable Member for Northwest will lead us in prayer.
Pray in Motu. Dirawa lohia bara, aitama mai, atinki animu, bona hanamu. Ina daba namona, bona daba hera dena, o yesawaro meni mai. Ina horai aine ama as leaders, o emu hesai tauria ina chamberlalo nai. Ina horai, amai Prime Minister, Honourable James Marape, ieda ina ya uri mu. O ise, ia bakaua, o emura daladiai. Pana opposition leader danu, ia dan ladanai, a uri. Moisa dan ia bakaua, o emura daladiai, ina tano bara, mai heua. Ina horai aia mai, hesei tauria ina members of parliament, i bore dan latade, a uri mu. O ese bakau mai, o ese bareu mai, neka i bore o iemu dala marodi bayaraka. Bahana mo mai, manambaruru mai, as we serve your country, Papua New Guinea. And together we say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Thy kingdom come. Be done on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses. Yours is the kingdom, power and glory, forever and ever. Amen. Honourable members, I acknowledge the presence in the Speaker and Public Gallery of a delegation from the Autonomous Bougainville Government, led by Honourable Ezekiel Massad, Vice President and Minister for Bougainville Mission. Wau Bulolo Students Association from the University of Papua New Guinea. C. The grade 8 students and their teachers from Cocolands Primary School in the Abao District. Grade 8 students and their teachers from Sogeri Primary School in the Hiri Koiri District, Central Province. Grade 6 students and their teachers from Ororo Primary School. Grade 8 students and their teachers from St. John's Catholic Primary School. And the Evada Seventh-day Adventist youth in the Port Moresby Northeast Electorate, National Capital District. H, like also to acknowledge Seyano Bello and say Nabuka Mara, the two prominent leaders of this country who are also in the gallery. On behalf of the National Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to you all. Leader of Government Business.
Acting Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Explain your motion.
Acting Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent the Minister for Bougainville Affairs.
Honourable Leader of Government Business, you seek leave of the sick leave.
Sick leave.
Yeah. You seek leave. Your chair asks seeking
I
leave.
seek leave of Acting Speaker.
Leave granted. Make your motion.
Mr. Acting Speaker, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent the Minister for Bougainville Affairs presenting the following documents. A, the return of writs containing the results of the referendum on Bougainville, and B, the joint consultation report in the Melanesian framework.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Minister, Bougainville Affairs.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Before I make my presentation, I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of the Vice President of the Autonomous Bougainville Government, Honorable Ezekiel Masset, and the members of the ABG who are present up in the gallery to witness this momentous occasion for Bougainville as well as Papua New Guinea as a whole. I'd like to take this opportunity and place on record my big appreciation and recognition to our good Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape, and ABG President, Honorable Ezekiel, Honorable Ismail Toroama. For providing an exceptional and a distinguished joint leadership in successfully completing the Bougainville referendum process, which is the last process under the Bougainville Peace Agreement and Part 14 of the National Constitution. I now will formally move to tabling of the following three documents. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 342, subsection 2 of the National Constitution, I lay on the table the following documents. 1, the return of the writ containing the results of the referendum on Bougainville. And 2, the joint consultation report and the melanation framework. Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to make a statement.
Is leave granted? Leave granted, Minister.
Mr. Acting Speaker, I stand before the House today mindful of the historic significance of this moment to table the results of the 2019 Bougainville referendum, together with the joint consultation report which records the consultations undertaken between the national government and the autonomous Bougainville government over the past 6 years pursuant to Section 342 of the National Constitution. Today marks the culmination of a process that was envisaged in the Bougainville Peace Agreement and embedded within our Constitution, requiring both governments to consult on the referendum results before they are brought before this House for its consideration and decision. I do so with humility and with a deep appreciation of the responsibility that has been entrusted in me as the Minister responsible for Bougainville affairs. I am conscious that the matters before this House today are unlike any ordinary matter of public policy. They concern a journey that began with conflict, was transformed through dialogue and reconciliation, and ultimately found expression through a democratic referendum. They concern the aspirations of the people of Bougainville, the constitutional responsibilities of this House, and the enduring commitment of our nation to peace, stability, and the rule of law. Mr. Acting Speaker, today, together with the referendum results, I am also tabling two other documents. Firstly, the joint consultation report that records the consultations undertaken between the two governments following the 2019 referendum. Secondly, I am also tabling the Melanesian framework, which has been jointly developed by the national government and the ABG to provide Parliament with a proposed way forward should this House decide to affirm the referendum results. Before I speak in more details about the joint consultation report, the Melanesian framework, I believe it is important to acknowledge the manner in which these consultations have been conducted. While the national government and the ABG have not always agreed on every issue and indeed have at times held fundamentally different views on certain aspects of the process, discussions have consistently been undertaken in good faith and in the spirit of the Melanesian way. Throughout this process, both governments have been afforded the opportunity to express their views openly, to respectfully disagree where necessary, and to seek common ground through dialogue, consensus, and mutual respect. It is this commitment to consultation and peaceful engagement that has allowed us to reach this point today. Mr. Acting Speaker, as members of this House, we recall on the 9th of June this year, I provided a statement updating Parliament on the status of the post-referendum consultations and the proposed mechanism for bringing the referendum results before the House. On that occasion, I outlined the constitutional pathway established under Section 342 of the Constitution. The outcome of the consultations undertaken to that point and the proposal that Parliament adopt a sessional order to govern Parliament's consideration of the referendum results. Following debate, this House resolved to adopt the sessional order establishing the process through which the referendum results would be brought before the members for consideration. The sessional order further provides for debate on these matters and ultimately for this House to determine whether to accept the Bougainville referendum results through a substantive motion requiring the prescribed parliamentary three-quarters majority. Mr. Acting Speaker, before I formally invoke that process and table the referendum results for consideration by the House, I wish to speak in more detail about the matters that now accompany the results. In particular, I intend to address three issues. First, the consultation process undertaken jointly by the national government and the ABG, pursuant to Section 342 of the Constitution. Second, the Melanesian framework that has emerged from those consultations that outlines a pathway forward that would be followed in the event of a decision to accept the referendum results. And finally, the position of the national government based on our understanding of the constitutional responsibilities of this House and in taking into account the implications of the decisions that members will in due course be called upon to make. Mr. Acting Speaker, Members will recall that in my previous statement, I outlined the post-referendum consultation process, including the series of consultations between the national government and the autonomous Bougainville government that culminated in Burnham, New Zealand last year. One of the most significant outcomes of those discussions was the signing of the Melanesian Agreement, through which both governments committed to the joint development of a Melanesian framework to guide the next phase of the process to achieve a mutually acceptable political settlement option for Bougainville. The record of these consultations is contained in the joint consultation report that I am tabling today. The report serves as the formal record of the consultations undertaken pursuant to Section 342, subsection 1 of the Constitution, and represents the fulfillment of those consultation obligations. It provides members with the historical context of the Bougainville crisis, the peace process, the 2019 referendum, and the consultations that have followed. It is an important reference document, and I strongly encourage all members to review it carefully. Regardless of the position members may ultimately take, our deliberations should be informed by a full appreciation of the history, agreements, and sacrifices that have brought us to this moment. Mr. Acting Speaker, let me now talk more about the Melanesian framework. Should the National Parliament decide to accept the referendum results, the Melanesian framework provides a structured pathway for implementing the outcome of the Bougainville referendum in a manner that is consistent with constitutional process and Melanesian values of dialogue, consensus, and stability. It is designed to support an orderly transition by establishing agreed arrangements through which Bougainville can progressively assume greater powers and responsibilities. At the heart of the framework is the concept of a transitional phase that is being termed as self-government. Under the Melanesian framework, an affirmative decision by the National Parliament would not result in the immediate independence of Bougainville. Rather, it would initiate a transitional period during which additional powers and responsibilities would progressively be exercised by Bougainville through agreed arrangements between the two governments. The Melanesian framework envisaged the accelerated assumption of outstanding Section 290 powers, together with the progressive delegation or sharing of agreed sovereign powers under Section 289 of the Constitution. The objective is to ensure that any transition occurs in a measured and responsible manner that maintains stability, protects services, and preserves confidence in the process. It is important to note that the elements of the framework regarding sovereign Section 289 powers are discussed on the premise that powers may be shared or delegated within the limits of the national constitution, and that it is for Parliament alone to decide to make changes to law to make additional provisions to implement this specific aspect of the Melanesian framework. Section 289 powers. A full transfer of these powers can only take place once full independence is realized, and the necessary changes to the Constitution are made to give full effect to independence. Mr. Acting Speaker, the framework further proposes detailed arrangements for assessing readiness, monitoring, implementation, and guiding cooperation between the two governments throughout the transition. It establishes a range of mechanisms, including oversight, review, and implementation bodies, to ensure that progress is guided by agreed benchmarks relating to institutional capability, legal preparedness, governance, and financial sustainability. Ultimately, the Melanesian framework proposes a pathway that would see Bougainville move from its current autonomous status through a period of self-government and eventually towards independence, while at the same time maintaining a close, peaceful, and enduring relationship with Papua New Guinea. Mr. Acting Speaker, on this point I need to be clear. In the event that members of this House decide to accept the referendum results, the Melanesian framework is the proposed pathway to implement that decision, subject, of course, to the constitutional, legislative, and administrative measures that would be required to give effect to the various stages of implementation. Whilst the framework caters for an affirmative decision by the National Parliament, it is not intended to usurp the unfettered decision-making authority of this Honourable House, consistent with Section 342, subsection 2 of the National Constitution. Parliament retains the discretion to make any decision on the referendum results as it considers appropriate. Mr. Acting Speaker, as part of the consultation process, there was an attempt to provide some clarity on a possible pathway that would follow a negative vote. However, as you will note in the joint consultation report, the national government and the autonomous Bougainville government were unable to reach consensus on a possible pathway in the event that the National Parliament does not accept the referendum results. As Parliament may make any decision on the referendum results, as Minister, I have an obligation to provide members of this House with a full account of the discussions that transpired between the national government and the autonomous Bougainville government on the implications of and potential pathway following a decision not to accept the referendum results. This is set out in Part 5 of the joint consultation report. Should the National Parliament ultimately determine not to accept the referendum results, the national government believes that a constructive pathway forward consistent with the objectives and principles of the Bougainville Peace Agreement remains feasible. The first element of the pathway would be the completion of the drawdown and effective exercise of all remaining autonomous powers available to Bougainville under Part 14 of the National Constitution, recognizing that the full implementation of autonomy remains a central pillar of the Bougainville Peace Agreement. The second element would be continued support for strengthening Bougainville's institutions, governance systems, and administrative capacity, recognizing that strong institutions, accountable government, and effective public administration are essential both to autonomy and to any future political arrangements that may emerge. Mr. Acting Speaker, the third element would be a sustained focus on economic growth, fiscal sustainability, and the progressive development of Bougainville's capacity for financial self-reliance, ensuring that future political aspirations are supported by strong economic foundations and improved well-being for the people of Bougainville. And the fourth element would be the continuation of consultations in good faith through the existing constitutional mechanisms, including the Joint Supervisory Body and other agreed forums, accompanied by periodic reviews of progress against mutually agreed objectives. When sufficient progress is achieved, a future national parliament may then be invited to reconsider its decision regarding the referendum results. In this way, the aspirations of the people of Bougainville remains alive, the door to future consideration of Bougainville's political status remains open, and both governments remain committed to a pathway grounded in dialogue, consultation, peace, and mutual respect. National Parliament, in that instance, would need to consider a constitutional basis to revisit a decision that is not in support of the referendum results, including through amendments to Part 14 of the National Constitution. Mr. Acting Speaker, given that Parliament will have fulfilled the requirements of Division 7 of Part 14 of the National Constitution, any consideration of Bougainville's future political status would likely require the development of a new legal or constitutional processes to provide a lawful basis for such action. This could include, through the appropriate means, seeking a definitive interpretation from the Supreme Court on the constitutional process by which a future National Parliament may revisit the decision of the 11th National Parliament on the referendum results. As Minister, I believe this would represent a responsible, balanced, and practical course should the National Parliament ultimately determine not to accept the referendum results. The simple fact is that regardless of how this House votes, we have a collective obligation to consider a responsible way forward. It is in the national interest that we pursue measures that preserve and advance Bougainville's long-held aspirations for self-determination while providing a constitutional basis for continued cooperation, dialogue, and peaceful engagement between the two governments without foreclosing the possibility for an independent Bougainville in the future. Mr. Acting Speaker, this House carries a significant mandate on Bougainville of all our people, on behalf of all our people, including the people of Bougainville, and that mandate must be exercised in their best interest. The deliberations that follow should therefore be fully informed and conducted with a clear understanding of the matters explored and debated throughout the consultation process. Anything not addressed in the documents that I presented before the House will ultimately be left to the wisdom and judgment of the members of this House to consider. The decision that will eventually be made by this House and the manner in which we conduct ourselves in the weeks ahead will be recorded as part of our nation's history. Future generations will look back on this period and consider whether we approach this question with wisdom, patience, respect, and a genuine commitment to the principles that have guided the peace process for more than 2 decades. It is for that reason that every member of this House carries a profound responsibility to give this matter the attention, consideration, and reflection that it deserves. The decision before us is not an ordinary political question. Mr. Speaker, it is one that touches upon our Constitution, our national unity, the express will of the people of Bougainville, and the legacy we leave for future generations. Mr. Acting Speaker, we must equally recognize the aspirations of the people of Bougainville. Those aspirations have been expressed consistently over many years and decades and were most clearly demonstrated through the referendum conducted in 2019. Regardless of the views that members of this House may hold at this point of time, there can be no doubt that those aspirations are genuine, deeply held, and deserving of our respect. And we should not lose sight of the shared history that binds the people of Bougainville and the people of Papua New Guinea. Our histories have been intertwined through struggle, nation-building, cooperation, and reconciliation. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that whatever path is chosen preserves the peace and goodwill that have been so carefully built. Mr. Speaker, today Parliament is called upon to fulfill the responsibility entrusted to it by the Bougainville Peace Agreement and our national constitution. We do so not as representatives of one region or one constituency alone, but as custodians of the national interest and guardians of a peace that has been more than 2 decades in the making. The decision that will ultimately be taken by this House must therefore be guided by wisdom, informed by history, grounded in law, and reflective of our shared desire to secure a peaceful and prosperous future for all our people. Mr. Speaker, this singular decision of the 11th National Parliament will be the true test of the strength and endurance of our democracy, national constitution, and a united nation state of Papua New Guinea. Mr. Acting Speaker, it is in that spirit, Mr. Speaker, that I now table the return of the writ confirming the referendum results in accordance with the sessional order approved by the Parliament on 9 June 2026. I also tabled the joint consultation report and the melanation framework to inform and assist the members in their deliberation. Mr. Speaker, I now commend this statement to the House. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rabaul.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. I move that Parliament takes note of the statement by the Honourable Minister for Bougainville Affairs in today's tabling of the Bougainville referendum results, and also the tabling of the consultation report, joint consultation report, and the Melanesian framework.
Statement.
Mr. Speaker, my written debate is a very long one, and I will ask Mr. Acting Speaker that I read only some of the parts that I consider to be important for our information purposes of the members of Parliament, and that the rest of my speech be made available to all members of Parliament at the later sittings during the debate on the Bougainville issue.
Honourable Member, you have 20 minutes to make your speech, and if it is
I'll go for 20 minutes.
beyond
and then
20
I'll
minutes,
ask
you can table your
Yes.
paper.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. Mr. Acting Speaker, my brief contribution to this debate is as a representative of my people in the Rabaul Open Electorate, and not necessarily just as chairman of the Parliamentary Bipartisan Committee on Bougainville Matters. Committee members, I believe, will make their own contribution during the debate. The debate, especially separately, in respect of this national importance of democracy in the referendum result. Mr. Acting Speaker, my contribution is constitutionally enabled and of very brief facts that I believe can or might help our thinking about the entire process of acculturation and the particular political mindset of the Bougainville people developed from a Paleolithic period during the last Ice Age period, the early European explorers, the missionaries, the colonial period leading up to independence and on to the 10 years of armed conflict, and eventually the peace process and the referendum until today. These human history and facts among the Bougainvilleans were the basis of their reasonings, giving rise to, and I quote, the real seed, unquote, of discontentment in the minds of Bougainvilleans. This exploded into the armed conflict, resulting in thousands of deaths, culminating in the conducting of the referendum and achievement of the referendum results. Consultations between Papua New Guinea and Bougainville mainly, and with outsiders keen on the well-being of Papua New Guineans and Bougainvilleans, have permeated the entire process from the period of conflict until today. This in turn has attracted considerable debate, and especially on the sovereignty issue of Papua New Guinea, that if we vote in favor of the 97.7% and grant Bougainville independence, then some of the other provinces might want to leave Papua New Guinea as well. I want to express my personal belief, Mr. Acting Speaker, that this fear is an uninformed knee-jerk reaction and lacks human understanding. Mr. Speaker, let us first consider the recent constitutional amendments. The Constitution of the Independent State of Papua New Guinea was recently amended early last year, 2025, by this Parliament, when it passed the Constitutional Amendment number 49, Declaration of Papua New Guinea as a Christian Country Law of 2025. This constitutional amendment law was certified and commenced operation on the 17th day of March 2025. The preamble, Section 1 and Section 3 of the Constitution were amended. The preamble's relevant introduction now reads, and I quote, "We, the people of Papua New Guinea, united in one nation, acknowledge and declare God the Father, Jesus Christ the Son, and the Holy Spirit as our creator and the sustainer of the entire universe and the source of our powers and authorities, delegated to the people and all persons within the geographical jurisdiction of Papua New Guinea," unquote. This is our constitutional acknowledgement and declaration of the triune God as our creator and sustainer of the entire universe, and that the triune God is the source of our powers and authorities in Papua New Guinea. The declaratory provision of the fifth national goal, that's Papua New Guinean Ways, now reads, and I quote, "We declare our fifth goal to achieve development primarily through the use of Papua New Guinean forms of Christian principles, social, political, and economic organizations," unquote. We have constitutionally declared that achieving any development must be primarily through the use of Christian principles, social, political, and economic organizations, summed up in the fruit of the Spirit. Directive principle in subsection 4 of the fifth national goal now calls for, and I quote, "traditional villages and communities to remain as viable units of Papua New Guinean society, and for active steps to be taken to improve their Christian, cultural, social, economic, and ethical quality," unquote. We are constitutionally directed to improve our Christian, cultural, social, economic, and ethical qualities in all activities that we undertake. Paragraph G of the Basic Social Obligations now reads, and I quote, "We hereby declare that all persons in our country have the following basic obligations to themselves and their descendants, to each other, and to the nation." Paragraph G, to contribute as required by law, according to their means, to the revenues required for the advancement of the nation and the purposes of Papua New Guinea. And paragraph GA, to respect, observe, and protect Christian principles, unquote. We are constitutionally, socially obligated to respect, observe, and protect Christian principles in making decisions that would affect this nation, Papua New Guinea. Section 1, subsection 1 of the Constitution now reads, quote, "Papua New Guinea is a sovereign, independent, and Christian state by the name of the independent state of Papua New Guinea," unquote. Papua New Guinea must always live up to the name, quote, "Christian state," unquote. Section 3 of the Constitution provides for our national symbols. Subsection 1 of that section 3 now reads, and I quote, "Acts of the Parliament may make provision for and in respect of A, a national flag, and paragraph AA, the Holy Bible, and paragraph B, a national emblem, and paragraph C, a national motto, and paragraph D, a national seal, and paragraph E, a national anthem, unquote. Papua New Guinea recognizes as a national symbol the Bible that contains the holy and righteous words of the omnipotent triune God. Subsection 2 of Section 3 on national symbols of the Constitution now reads, until such time as other provision is made in accordance with subsection 1, the Holy Bible, the national flag, national emblem, and national seal are those that were in use immediately before Independence Day, unquote. Priority recognition is given to the Holy Bible. Mr. Speaker, since I'm given only 20 minutes, I will now skip so much of history, and I'll go straight to the Melanesian Agreement. I've got a lot to contribute about the consultations that took place, but I'll skip that. I believe the Honorable Minister has said much enough on that one.
Honourable Member, we have a point of order from Governor.
Mr. Acting Speaker, this is a very important issue. And for the chairman to present requires more than just 20 minutes. He should not be constrained. These presentations that are going to be given by the speakers on this matter today should not be confined or constrained to a mere 20 minutes. My point of order is that we should allow the chairman to be given more time to elaborate on this. This will allow us to also help educate our people. The masses are not familiar with the details, and they are making their own conclusions and suppositions based on the scant information that they have. This information, this important information, needs to be presented in its entirety, not just be summarized in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Honourable Governor, your point of order is in order. Like I've said earlier, according to the standing order, the debates are on for 20 minutes, and it's upon the discretion of the Speaker, seeing the importance of this matter. After the 20 minutes, I'll make a decision to extend time for him to finish the paper that he's been presented. So, Honourable Member and Chairman, you go ahead with your speeches. I will use my discretion on the chair to allow for you to complete your statement, as like the Governor requested for the importance of this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chairman, and I appreciate very much the timely intervention of Governor for Oro. Mr. Acting Speaker, now a very short but relevant history of Bougainville. Before the beginning of the last Ice Age period, that is before 115,000 years ago, Bougainville Island was uninhabited by human beings, but God was there. 50,000 to 30,000 years ago, Paleolithic Stone Age people reached the Sahul continent and started island hopping. Stone Age men could literally walk from New Guinea to Australia and on to Tasmania without getting wet. However, one had to cross about 60 kilometers of seawater to reach Bougainville Island. Bougainville Island was never a part of the big continent Sahul. During Paleolithic age, between 30,000 years to 29,000 years ago, Bougainville was first inhabited by human beings. God enabled and placed a blessed group of human beings with sovereignty on an uninhabited Bougainville Island he'd already created and blessed. Just like when he planted and blessed the Garden of Eden with his holy and sovereign presence before Adam and Eve were placed in there, to inhabit, to work it, and to care for it, and have fellowship with God Himself. Likewise, the sovereignty of Bougainville was designed by God, and God blessed the Bougainville people with that inalienable sovereignty.
I will ask the Prime Minister to move a motion to suspend the standing order on the time that we allocated for speeches, and then it can allow for us to speak more than the 20 minutes given. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of all respect to Chairman of the Parliamentary Committee, and I want to follow on from Governor Jufa's assessment. This is an important national issue, and we need to have a handle on this properly. The Honorable Dr. Marat is presenting from a perspective of a Parliamentary Committee report. They're similar in subject, but two distinct sources. And so, Mr. Speaker, with this, I want to move that we adjourn debate from the Minister for Bougainville to come right after the Chairman has presented his speech, so that we could pick up more debate after the Chairman's speech. So we will reorder this so that you are consistent with your standing orders, and he's able to have the freedom of time. So if I could have, through you, the Acting Speaker, that Parliament adjourned Minister Makiba's speech to come right after Chairman of the Parliamentary Committee has delivered his speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Abao.
Very simple point of order, Acting Speaker. I think the government really should advise the Parliament on their plan for the processing of the report. Are we going to start debating today, or will debate be deferred because this Melanesian Framework final report, no member of Parliament has seen it yet? We have to study this before we come back and debate. To me, this Melanesian Framework final report is the most important document that this Parliament has been presented with, and no member of Parliament has had a chance to read through it. Thank you, Acting Speaker.
What is it? Honourable Member for Abao, your point of order is in order. As we have now, government have taken that into consideration, and that is the reason why the Prime Minister stood to move a motion that we adjourn after the debate of the statement made by the Minister for Bougainville Affairs, and now the Prime Minister would like us to adjourn after that speech, and we move to recall for the debate to resume. So I'll allow that for the Prime Minister. Honourable members, in regard to the motion raised by the Prime Minister, I ask that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And those against say no. I have it. Honourable Member and the Chairman of the Bougainville Affairs, you can continue your speech in full speeches. I'll allow you to make your full speeches. There's no time limited to your speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you.
Honourable Member, I interrupt you again. In response to the point of order made by the member for Abao for the importance of the paper presented, there is members and leaders who will make statement in support to the Minister's statement today, and that will be given chances to all members. Parliament will adjourn for all members to have that consumption of what is in the paper, and the debate will continue in another time. So we now allow, as the motion raised by the Prime Minister, will allow for the Chairman to make his speech. Chairman.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Thank you, Sapuka Temu. "30,000 years ago, the first people reached Bougainville, Buka, and lived in Kilu Cave. They had to cross open ocean to get there because Bougainville was never connected with Sahul, nor with New Guinea. And this is a very important factor to remember when considering the culture and mindset of the Bougainville people. Those first Bougainville people were expert sailors. Bougainville was isolated. It was naturally cut off by ocean, and this led to the people of Bougainville developing very distinct cultures and more than 20 different languages, even though it's a small island. Bougainville was seen by its own people then as an island, separate from everybody else. As Paleolithic Stone Age people then, Bougainvillians were hunter-gatherers. No farming yet, no lapita culture yet. They made and used stone tools, fire, and made clothes from animal skins. They were early Papuan-speaking peoples, the ancestors of many Bougainvillians today. Archaeological evidence confirms this. How they made tools was by chipping volcanic stones, flakes, hand axes, scrapers. Their lifestyle was hunter-gatherers. They hunted animals, fished and gathered plants, nuts, shellfish. They lived on wild foods and early taro. They did not plant crops or keep animals, yet these ancient Bougainvillians were, as I've said earlier, expert seafarers and were some of the first humans to cross open sea. This was the Paleolithic period, and Bougainville culture started developing then. Mr. Acting Speaker, after the Paleolithic period came the Neolithic or the New Stone Age period. During the Neolithic period, some 11,700 years ago, the ice melted, sea levels rose, flooded the Torres Strait, and cut New Guinea off from Australia. There was no more Sahul, but there was still Bougainville Island, and forests spread again. We then entered the warm period we are in now, the Holocene. That warming allowed farming to start some 10,000 years ago. Some 3,300 years ago, the Lapita people arrived in Bougainville with pottery and new crops. The Bougainville people started farming and making pottery and metal, the Lapita culture on Bougainville. The Bougainville culture further strengthened and continued developing. Mr. Acting Speaker, the early explorers further improved the cultural thinking of the Bougainville people. With their divine sovereign supreme power, the Bougainville people never gave away such power to any other group of people, such as the early explorers, to rule over them. The Bougainville people remained a divine, sovereignly supreme people. Some early explorers only saw Bougainville and sailed past. Some landed and encountered violence from the Bougainville people. There were Spaniards, Dutchmen, Germans in the New Guinea region, British, explorers from the Roman Empire, and French explorer Louis Antoine de Bougainville, who circumnavigated the whole area from Tahiti to New Guinea. De Bougainville passed along the north coast of Bougainville, charting it properly, noting the mountains and deep bays, and realized it was a huge separate island, the island of Bougainville. He named after himself accordingly. De Bougainville, the French explorer, never landed on Bougainville because the Bougainvillians were hostile, protecting their territory, their land, their sovereignty. In his writing about the Bougainville land itself in June 1768, de Bougainville wrote, and I quote, "We saw a very high land, appearing like a chain of mountains, covered with trees right down to the sea. The valleys between them seemed fertile, and well-watered. It is a magnificent country, and I have no doubt it contains gold, unquote. What a prophecy. The Bougainville's maps of Bougainville and the atolls were the first accurate ones. Another Frenchman, Jean-François de Surville, in the year 1769, landed briefly on Bougainville and had violent clashes with the locals. This is evidence of Bougainvilleans protecting their divinely supreme sovereignty before the Germans and British imposed theirs on them. The Bougainville people were, in a sense, politically minded then, as they so expressed in violence against the early explorers. In the 1800s, the Australian whalers and sandalwood trading ships from Britain and America started stopping for water, food, and/or wood. They were not explorers, but were the first sustained contact, brief and was often violent due to misunderstandings. Bougainvilleans were becoming culturally enlightened and very steadily politically minded. Mr. Acting Speaker, the missionaries arrived in Bougainville around the same time as the early explorers. The Bougainville people, with their divine, sovereign, supreme power, never gave away such power to any other group of people, such as the early missionaries, to rule over them. The Bougainville people remained a divine, sovereignly supreme people. In the 1840s to 1890s, missionaries came to Bougainville. In 1875, the Methodists came but were in the wider region. In 1901, the Catholic Marist missionaries arrived. They were actually the first Catholics in Bougainville. They established a mission station at Kieta on Bougainville Island. In the 1930s, the Seventh-day Adventists came to Bougainville from the Solomons. The missionaries did so much more than just preaching the word of God. They built schools, clinics, hospitals, and many more public facilities. Their approach was holistic evangelization. They taught the people godly Christian principles. They mapped villages and wrote down languages. They were not empire builders, but people character builders. They felt and lived through pain and suffering together with the Bougainville people until today. The Bougainville political culture and mindset began to further develop, civilized, and strengthened. Mr. Acting Speaker, before we begin to briefly consider the impact of the colonists and sovereignty on the Bougainville people, let us remind ourselves again that before these colonists and their sovereignty arrived in Papua New Guinea and Bougainville, there was already God, sovereignty, and creation in Bougainville. They are one and inseparable. They are all in the one triune God, and that is how they relate to Bougainville and its people from the beginning until now and forever. Colonists never created, but corrupted sovereignty in Papua New Guinea and Bougainville. The main colonizing powers in PNG, including Bougainville, were Germany, Britain, and Australia. The God-created physical country of Papua New Guinea, including Bougainville, and who affixed worldly sovereignty to and, quote, owned, unquote, it, was decided by European, British, and German imperial powers, drawing lines on maps in 1884 to 1885 in Berlin, Germany, then confirmed by Australia in 1949 and the United Nations in 1975. Germany and Britain were the colonizing powers that determined, established, and exchanged sovereignty over Bougainville according to their wishes and processes that never took into account the wishes of the original inhabitants of Bougainville. Bougainville was the pawn in the German and British struggles for colonies. Bougainvilleans had divine sovereignty prior to the coming of the Germans and British. The Germans and British came with their own notion of sovereignty and stole the God-given sovereignty of Bougainville, including its people, laid claim to it, and subsequently played a chess game with that God-given sovereignty of Bougainville and its people. Germany and Britain toyed around with Bougainville and Western Samoa in 1885 and 1886. They drew the territorial boundaries then without consulting the Bougainvilleans. The sovereignty boundaries were not from and for PNG and the Bougainvilleans, but from and for the Germans and British to rule. Foreigners drew up the territorial boundaries of Papua New Guinea, including Bougainville, without any input from us. In 1920, 1921, the League of Nations gave Australia a mandate to administer the former German territory, called the Territory of New Guinea, including Bougainville, searched for PNG's sovereignty then. After World War II in 1946, a trusteeship over Papua and New Guinea combined was given to Australia to administer pursuant to the Foreign Papua New Guinea Provisional Administration Act. 3 years later, in 1949, Australia began officially administering the Union of Papua and New Guinea, including Bougainville, with that UN trusteeship. Pursuant to the Foreign Papua New Guinea Act 1949, which officially created the territory of Papua and New Guinea, including Bougainville, was also placed under UN trusteeship. The creation of the UN trusteeship was just another effort to control the messy sovereignty over Papua New Guinea, including Bougainville, the colonizers themselves had caused. There are key points on sovereignty in relation to Papua New Guinea and Bougainville and its people that we need to know about. First key point is that no single person was involved in the removal of God's sovereignty from Bougainville and its people. It was Berlin, Germany, London, Britain, and The Hague, Netherlands, Dutch, competing with their own selfish political and economic interests. Then the League of Nations and Australia later. They did it for their own different reasons that questioned God's supreme sovereign power over Bougainville and its people. Or was it under the disguise of civilizing purposes? Number 2, key point, sovereignty for Papua New Guinea, including Bougainville, was made in Europe. From 1884 to 1975, sovereignty over Bougainville was British, then toyed around with and passed on to Germany, then passed on to Australia. Papua New Guineans had no say, no vote in all these transfers of sovereignty until the 1964 House of Assembly opened and Bougainville and its people were partially relieved that their voices about their own God-given divine sovereignty would be heard at the highest political level in Papua New Guinea. Third key point, the borders were arbitrary. When we look at the border between West and Papua New Guinea, West Irian, 141 degrees east line cuts through the same Fly River tribes in PNG. Bougainville was grouped with German New Guinea, not British Solomons, just because of the 1885 colonial deals between Germany and Britain. Yet Bougainville's culture is closer to Solomon Islands, but its border is with PNG. If the true meaning of sovereignty is to be understood as a state of things unmitigated and unquestionable, then God is the only being who is truly sovereign. No human being has any sovereignty, let alone a group of them or a professed independent nation. There is always an eternal difference of opinion about anything, including the concept of sovereignty. If we do not believe that God alone is sovereign, then we will forever remain lost, believing wrongly that we have always been and are sovereign human beings in a sovereign nation. Only God, who is the source and giver of life, is also the only source, being, and giver of sovereignty. Mr. Acting Speaker, as a matter of respect for fellow human beings, I wonder whether Germany ever obtained permission from God and the Bougainville chiefs and leaders for its declarations and assertions of sovereignty over Bougainville and its people. Did the Bougainville people voluntarily surrender their divine, sovereign, supreme power to Germany? The quote, might is right, unquote, philosophy was seen at play then by Germany. We all wonder what the justification for such ruthless grabbing of the sovereignty of Bougainville and its people Germany had. So it seems Papua New Guinea's rather blind acceptance of the colonists' hollow, baseless, and greedy declarations of sovereignty, because they had never consulted the Bougainville people about it, seems null and void. Never mind what everyone else may have said as justifying the then German declaration of sovereignty over Papua New Guinea, including Bougainville and its people. There were cultural tensions. Bougainvilleans felt different and objected to being separated from the Solomons back in 1899. This was a sovereignty imposed by foreigners on a completely different people who had their own God-given divine supreme sovereignty. When Papua New Guinea does what it is told by other individual human beings or independent countries or organizations through the world, such as the United Nations, through its treaties, Papua New Guinea has acceded to, such as the UNCLOS, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas, and other conventions or treaties. That, quote, absoluteness, unquote, in sovereignty is lost. And PNG can no longer say that its sovereignty is absolute. It is compromised and weakened, no matter how else we might want to justify that colonially imposed absolute sovereignty. No human being determines sovereignty for another human being. No country determines sovereignty for another country. No international organization determines sovereignty for a country. Absolute sovereignty is all artificial, man-made, for selfish reasons. God is the only source and giver of absolute sovereignty. There is no longer any genuine absoluteness of sovereignty in the world today. Just consider what Donald Trump, President of the United States of America, recently did to the sovereignty of the independent country of Venezuela, and what he and the USA are now doing with the sovereignty of Iran and other Arab nations. We are now living in a troubled world because, among other things, sovereignty has never been and is no longer absolute and therefore respected. To preserve sovereignty of independent nations, there must be respect for the divine and cultural evolution of the concept of sovereignty in its independent nation. If the absoluteness of sovereignty of Papua New Guinea is to be subject only to such obligations at international law as are freely accepted by Papua New Guinea in accordance with the Constitution, and the Constitution has provided for Christian principles as being an intrinsic part of our Papua New Guinean ways, what are we now thinking about our Constitution? It is interesting why and how the Bougainville Peace Agreement made its way into the Constitution of the independent state of Papua New Guinea. Definitely, the National Executive Council made a decision compromising the area of Papua New Guinea spelled out in subsection 1 of section 2 of the National Constitution. This NEC decision was approved by the head of state, acting with the advice of the NEC. And this is the same spirit in which we all should be thinking about the referendum results today and until we take a vote on it. Mr. Speaker, World War II involved the Japanese. Japan was at that time another imperial power, involved in expansion exercises also. But Japan failed to secure the sovereignty of Bougainville, nor of Papua New Guinea. World War II ended on the 2nd September 1945. The principle was uti possidetis. You keep what you colonized. In today's geopolitics and in search for a new world order, and in keeping with the word of God, this principle no longer exists as the basis of any nation of people divinely and supremely ordained by the sovereign triune God. Such is the case with Papua New Guinea and Bougainville and its people. How does one reconcile the principle of uti possidetis with absoluteness of sovereignty in Section 2, subsection 2 of the introductory part 1 of our Constitution? Colonial sovereignty hangover is still lurking in the threads of diplomacy today, in the threads of the global economy today, and in the threads of geopolitics today. Let's not kid ourselves with the absoluteness of Papua New Guinea's sovereignty. The Bougainvilleans thought foreign governments would continue to have their ways in their lives regardless of them being different in race and culture. We know some of the racist laws the colonists imposed on PNG that showed very clearly that the colonists were no respecters of the divine sovereign supreme power of Papua New Guineans, including Bougainvilleans. Colonial policy focused on so-called, and I quote, uniform development, unquote, and, quote, protecting native welfare, unquote. Bougainville felt neglected, limited infrastructure and economic development compared to other areas in the territory of Papua and New Guinea. During the period of colonial administration, Bougainville's Panguna mine commenced. The negative consequences of Panguna mining affecting the lives of Bougainvilleans led to the 10 years of civil war in Bougainville. Mr. Acting Speaker, the Bougainville conflict was from 1988 to 1999. More than 20,000 people died. In terms of the sovereignty of Papua New Guinea, the conflict proved that between human beings there will always be long-lasting conflict, regardless of sovereignty, unless there is Melanesian understanding, Melanesian love, Melanesian respect, and Melanesian peace, which can be achieved through the Christian principles we have declared in our fifth national goal of the Constitution of the independent state of Papua New Guinea. So much more can be debated about the 10 years of conflict, but suffice it to say that the happenings each day of the 10 years of conflict had serious ramifications on the mindsets of Bougainvilleans, leading to peace and referendum and the results thereof. Then we have the Bougainville Peace Agreement. I'm trying to cut short now. I'm just conscious of the, although the Parliament has approved. Okay, Mr. Speaker, Bougainville Peace Agreement on the 30th August 2001 was signed between Papua New Guinea and Bougainville, witnessed by New Zealand, Australia, Fiji, Vanuatu, Solomon Islands, and the United Nations. Seriously, where was the sovereignty of Papua New Guinea? Bougainville and its people had just displayed their sovereignty during the 10 years of conflict with bloodshed. Life is in the blood. No blood, no sovereignty, no life. God, the giver of life, is the only sovereign being in the entire universe. Autonomy and sovereignty is not appealing to the Bougainville people. As we all know, they want separate political independence. Mr. Acting Speaker, all that was agreed to in the Bougainville Peace Agreement have, through consultations, found their way into Part 14 of the Constitution of Papua New Guinea. Part 14 of the Constitution focuses on Bougainville, on the Bougainville government and Bougainville referendum. It is the last part of the Constitution of the independent state of Papua New Guinea before the schedules to the Constitution. Under this Part 14, there are 9 divisions with a total of about 73 sections. All 73 sections and their subsections ought to be well understood if we are to do justice to the referendum results. According to Section 276, the first of the 73 sections of Part 14 of the Constitution of the independent state of Papua New Guinea, Part 14 applies only to Bougainville and is not available to any other province of Papua New Guinea contemplating any secession moves. Any argument of fear that if we vote in support of the 97.7% of Bougainvilleans who voted independence, we would be encouraging other provinces of Papua New Guinea to also begin political moves to break away from the rest of Papua New Guinea. The political leadership, I want to stress this and I believe it, the political leadership of Papua New Guinea today is too mature for this kind of fear and will not allow any slight indication of political moves from other provinces to break away from the rest of Papua New Guinea. Division 7 of Part 14 of the Constitution deals with the Bougainville referendum, sections 338 to section 343. 6 sections are on the Bougainville referendum. Section 338, subsection 1, makes it mandatory for a referendum on the future political status of Bougainville to be held. Polling in the 2019 Bougainville independence referendum began on the 23rd November 2019 and ended after 2 weeks on the 7th December 2019. An earlier date of 12th October 2019 was set, but it was deferred by 6 weeks to 23rd November to allow more time for enrollment. The return of writ for a referendum on Bougainville, result conveyed to the Governor General, was on the 11th December 2019. Section 338, subsection 2, made it mandatory for the date of referendum to be held not earlier than 10 years and not more than 15 years after the election of the first Bougainville government. The first election or polling for the autonomous Bougainville government was held from 20th of May to 9th of June 2005. The first ABG was inaugurated on the 15th of June 2005 with the late Joseph Kabui elected as first president of the ABG and 39 members of the Bougainville House of Representatives. The timing window for the referendum was opened with the inauguration of the first ABG on the 15th of June 2005. The date for the referendum could not be set until, quote, not earlier than 10 years after the election of the first Bougainville government, unquote. So the earliest date for the referendum was 15th of June 2015, and it had to be, quote, not more than 15 years after the inauguration of the first ABG, meaning latest date to conduct a referendum was the 15th of June 2020. That is why the referendum was held in 2019. 10 years after the inauguration of the first ABG was 15th of June 2015, and 15 years after the inauguration of the first ABG was 15th of June 2020. The dates for conducting the referendum and return of writ of the referendum complied with section 338, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Independent State of Papua New Guinea. But all of the above paragraph explanation, that is, section 338, subsection 2, was subject to a final caveat in section 338, subsection 7, which says, and I quote, the referendum shall not be held where the Bougainville government decides, in accordance with the Bougainville Constitution, after consultation with the national government, that the referendum shall not be held, unquote. Section 270, subsection 1 of the Bougainville Constitution provides that, and I quote, a referendum on the future political status of Bougainville shall be held in accordance with this Constitution and an act of the Bougainville House of Representatives, unquote. Subsection 2 of section 270 reads, quote, the referendum shall not be held where the Bougainville government decides, in accordance with this section, after consultation with the national government, that the referendum shall not be held, unquote. The Bougainville government did consult with the national government, but not in the way, quote, approving whether to hold it. The consultation was built into the process after the referendum was agreed to. Under the 2001 Bougainville Peace Agreement and PNG Constitution, the decision to hold a referendum was already mandated by law. The Bougainville Peace Agreement 2001 and Part 14 of the PNG Constitution provided for a deferred referendum on Bougainville's political future to be held 10 to 15 years after the first ABG election. Section 338 of the PNG Constitution provided for Bougainville to have a referendum, and Parliament unanimously amended the Constitution to allow it. So the national government and the ABG had already agreed through the Bougainville Peace Agreement and constitutional amendment that a referendum would happen. It wasn't something the ABG had to ask permission for separately each time. On consultation about the referendum process, the ABG and national government did work together to set it up. The Bougainville Referendum Commission ran the vote in November to December 2019, with both governments acknowledging it. The Honorable Prime Minister James Marape at the time said, and I quote, "The conduct of the vote, the referendum, was excellent. I give full credit to the work of the Bougainville Referendum Commission, the autonomous Bougainville government, and the people of Bougainville," unquote. Consultation after the referendum vote was the key consultation required by law. The Bougainville Peace Agreement says the PNG government and the ABG will consult over the results of the referendum, and then the PNG Parliament would decide the final outcome. Section 342, subsection 1 makes it mandatory for the national government and the Bougainville government to consult over the results of the referendum. Section 342, subsection 2 says, subject to these consultations referred to in subsection 1 between PNG and the ABG, PNG Parliament is required. It's required to ratify the referendum results. Only God knows what was hidden in the hearts and minds of the leaders, why they deliberately elected to go against the spirit of the Bougainville Peace Agreement and did not use and left out the word, quote, ratification, unquote, in section 342, subsection 2 of the PNG Constitution, and left a vacuum in there for the sessional orders. This post-referendum consultation is ongoing. The joint supervisory body with Prime Minister Marape and President Toroama just endorsed the joint consultation report this month, August 2026, paving the way for the PNG Parliament to deliberate today on the matter. Could the national government have stopped the holding of the referendum? According to the ABG website, the only way to stop the referendum was, and I quote, "The Bougainville government decides, in accordance with the Bougainville Constitution, after consultation with the national government, that the referendum shall not be held," unquote. That never happened. Both sides proceeded. In summarizing section 270 of the Bougainville Constitution, one, before 2019, the referendum was agreed to in 2001 via the Bougainville Peace Agreement and the constitutional amendment in Part 14. No separate, quote, permission, unquote, was needed. During 2019, both governments cooperated to deliver the referendum. After 2019, formal consultation between the national government and the ABG on how to implement the 97.7% independence result is required before Parliament ratifies. That consultation has been happening through the joint supervisory body. So the ABG did not need to, quote, ask, unquote, Papua New Guinea if the referendum could be held. It was already guaranteed under the Bougainville Peace Agreement, clauses 317 to 322 on the referendum and consultation, and the PNG Constitution, Part 14 on the Bougainville government and Bougainville referendum, sections 338 to 345 on autonomy and the referendum. But the two governments did consult throughout, and even after this Parliament sitting, must consult on what happens next and continue consultation. Section 271 of the Bougainville Constitution is on a decision not to hold a referendum. Subsection 1 of Section 271 provides that, and I quote, 1, the Bougainville government may decide that the referendum shall not be held only if A, the House of Representatives has passed a resolution to that effect supported by a vote of at least 2/3 of the total membership of the House, and B, the decision has been made after consultation with the national government. 2, subsection 2, a resolution under subsection 1, paragraph A must specify the reasons for the decision. So the key points the Bougainville Constitution says are, 1, the referendum must be held. The default is that a referendum shall be held. It's written into the Constitution as the mechanism for deciding Bougainville's future political status. 2, the referendum must be in law. The details, questions, voter roll, commission, etc. are to be sent out in an act of the Bougainville House of Representatives. That became the Bougainville Referendum Act of 2018. 3, the referendum can only be stopped by a 2/3 vote and consultation. A, the ABG cannot just cancel it. B, the Bougainville House of Representatives needs a 2/3 majority resolution with reasons stated. And C, that decision must be made after consultation with the national government. 4, consultation is mandatory. Both to hold a referendum and to stop the referendum, the ABG must consult PNG. This mirrors PNG Constitution, section 338, subsection 2 and subsection 7. In short, the Bougainville Constitution locks in the referendum as the guaranteed pathway. It didn't set the date itself. That was jointly done with PNG under Papua New Guinea Constitution, section 338, subsection 2. But it set the legal process the ABG had to follow and makes it very hard to stop without broad parliamentary support and Papua New Guinea agreement. Section 338, subsection 3 provides 2 conditions before agreeing on a date for the referendum to be held. Papua New Guinea and the ABG had to consider and agree that weapons had to be disposed of in accordance with the Bougainville Peace Agreement, and B, whether it had been determined that the Bougainville government, quote, has been and is being conducted in accordance with internationally accepted standards of good governance, unquote. That good governance question itself had to be determined in accordance with the review and the dispute resolution procedure. The weapons disposal check under section 338, subsection 3, paragraph A was concluded as stage 2 completed, substantially complied, and Bougainville declared referendum ready, but with some weapons still held by communities. Some groups kept their own storage. 2 rebel groups, Demian Koikes Meekamui and Noa Musinku's Kingdom of Papala, set up their own gun storage facilities instead of handing to the armory. Weapons still in the community. Women leaders said in September 2019, and I quote, "The declaration on the weapons disposal was achieved, but the weapons are still there. The weapons are still with business people for security reasons and other people as well," unquote. Concern was raised. In 2018, there was concerns about slowness of disposing weapons and no specific database, and that Meekamui Uvistrek faction reportedly retains some weapons. The bottom line for section 338, subsection 3, paragraph A is that the check concluded that, quote, substantial compliance, unquote, and stage 2 were completed. That satisfied the Bougainville Peace Agreement and PNG Constitution enough for the joint supervisory body to set the referendum date. It was a political judgment of, quote, enough for peace, unquote, not, quote, zero weapons, unquote. The UN and PNG accepted it, so the referendum could proceed in November to December 2019. The good governance check under section 3383B concluded that the ABG could go ahead with holding the referendum. They did not use the power to stop it. There was no 2/3 resolution to cancel. Under Bougainville Constitution, section 271, the ABG could only stop the referendum if the Bougainville House of Representatives passed a resolution with at least a 2/3 majority after consulting PNG. That never happened. Two, they actively agreed the date with PNG through JSB, ABG, and the PNG government jointly. First, set the date as at 12 October 2019. Then they jointly deferred it to 23rd November 2019 to allow more time for enrollment. Then they funded, planned, and ran the vote together. The ABG then passed the Bougainville Referendum Act 2018 to set up the Bougainville Referendum Commission, voter roll, ballot questions, etc. The bottom line is that instead of deciding, quote, not to hold it, unquote, under Section 271 of the Bougainville Constitution, the ABG decided to proceed. The referendum was held from 23rd November to the 7th December 2019 and resulted in 97.7% voting for independence. So ABG chose to go ahead. Section 338, subsection 4 requires the Bougainville government to have been and being conducted in accordance with internationally accepted standards of good governance, according to the review and the dispute resolution procedure. According to both governments and the law, the ABG met the good governance test in Section 338, subsection 4, before the 2019 referendum was held. Section 338, subsection 5 of the PNG Constitution defines, and I quote, good governance, unquote, for Bougainville as, quote, democracy, the opportunity for participation by Bougainvilleans, transparency, accountability, and respect for human rights and the rule of law, including this Constitution. Section 338, subsection 6, provides that the national government and the Bougainville government shall cooperate in ensuring progress towards achieving and maintaining the internationally accepted standards of good governance. And yes, progress in internationally accepted standards of good governance was met before the referendum was held. This was a precondition to holding the referendum. In the 2020 joint communique signed by PM James Marape and President Ismail Toroama, both governments affirmed that, and I quote, the constitutional guarantee for the referendum under Section 338(1) of the National Constitution depended on the autonomous Bougainville government's fulfillment of conditions relating to weapons disposal and good governance, of which the ABG satisfactorily met, unquote. So the national government officially determined that the ABG had satisfied the good governance requirement, which allowed the referendum to proceed in November, December of 2019. Section 339A, B, and C were complied with. The question agreed to by both governments for the 2019 referendum was based on Section 339A and C of the PNG Constitution. The agreed referendum question, both the national government and ABG jointly agreed the ballot would ask was, quote, do you agree for Bougainville to have 1, greater autonomy, or 2, independence, unquote. This was confirmed by 1, the Bougainville Referendum Commission, which ran the vote in November, December 2019, and secondly, the joint communique signed by PM James Marape and President Ismail Toroama, which stated, and I quote, that the referendum question and the following 2 choices of option 1, greater autonomy, and option 2, independence, was presented to Bougainvilleans in the referendum and were intended to facilitate a clear result, unquote. So Section 339 required the referendum to offer choices, including A, greater autonomy, defined by both governments as a negotiated political settlement that provides for a form of autonomy with greater powers than those currently available under constitutional arrangements, or B, and it's a formulated question, or questions to avoid a disputed or uncertain result, was not used as a separate option. And C, independence, defined by both governments as an independent nation state with sovereign powers and laws recognized under international law and by other sovereign states, to be an independent state separate from the state of Papua New Guinea, unquote. Can I just skip some pages? The joint communique also affirmed, quote, that the choice for separate independence was guaranteed under Section 339C of the National Constitution as one of a number of possible choices available to Bougainvilleans in the referendum. We need to note that Section 339B was not put as a separate third option. Legal advice and agreement between both governments was that the two-option ballot of greater autonomy versus independence satisfied Section 339A and C. These three subsections resulted in the two choices that were put to the Bougainvilleans in the referendum ballot paper. They were 1, greater autonomy, and 2, independence. The result of the referendum was 97.7% voted for independence. Section 340 provides for the manner of conducting the referendum. All the requirements in Section 340, 1 subsection 1, paragraphs A to K were met through the organic law on peace building in Bougainville, autonomous Bougainville government, and Bougainville referendum 2002, and the work of the Bougainville Referendum Commission 2019. Section 341 compelled both governments to cooperate to ensure the referendum was free and fair, and it was so. Both governments cooperated to ensure the referendum was free and fair, as required by Section 341 of the PNG Constitution. How did the Papua New Guinea government and the ABG cooperate? Firstly, they cooperated through the joint establishment of the BRC, the Bougainville Referendum Commission, that was set up as an important body with representatives from both the national government and the ABG. It was chaired by former Irish Prime Minister Bertie Ahern. Secondly, both governments jointly agreed on the question greater autonomy versus independence and to the definitions used. Thirdly, the vote on referendum was observed by international observers, including sorry, what's this right there? Including a Commonwealth observer group. Observers reported the referendum was, quote, free and fair, unquote, and credible, quote, credible, transparent, and inclusive, unquote. The Bougainville Referendum Commission officially declared the referendum result petition-free on 24th of January 2020, meaning no appeals were received within 40 days against the conduct or result of the referendum. Prime Minister James Marape and President Ismail Toroama later affirmed in a joint communique the, quote, tremendous achievements of both governments on the Bougainville peace process, unquote, and the free and fair conduct of the referendum. The referendum was held from 23rd November to 7th December 2019, with 181,067 people voting and 97.7% choosing independence. No court challenges to the conduct were successful. The bottom line is that Section 341 of the Papua New Guinea Constitution was complied with. Both the national government and the ABG worked through the BRC and Joint Supervisory Body, JSB, to deliver a referendum that international observers and both governments accepted as free and fair. Section 342, subsection 1 of the Papua New Guinea Constitution mandates consultation over the results of the referendum between the national government and the ABG. And yes, they have consulted as constitutionally required and continue to consult. One, the JSB is the main forum, co-chaired by Prime Minister James Marape and ABG President Ismail Toroama. The JSB met multiple times after the 2019 vote to discuss the result. The most recent special JSB meeting was in Port Moresby, I understand, this month. Secondly, the JSB endorsed a, quote, joint consultation report, which has been presented, I believe, as an accurate and factual record of the post-referendum consultations that have taken place following the 2019 referendum. It includes historical context, principal matters considered, and key areas of agreement and disagreement. The JSB formally declared this report a fulfillment, I quote, fulfillment of the requirements under Section 342 of the Constitution, including the requirements to consult on the referendum results, unquote. 3, alongside the report, both governments jointly designed a Melanesian framework, as we've heard the Minister for Bougainville Affairs spoke about, as the agreed pathway to give effect to Parliament's decision. This was annexed to the joint consultation report. 4th, for the ministerial and technical consultations, the National Minister for Bougainville Affairs and the ABG Minister for Bougainville Independence Mission Implementation were directed to consult and agree on the sessional order, question to Parliament, voting majority, etc. Earlier consultations were also held in Kokopo, Earlier consultations were also held in Kokopo, Warburg, and Port Moresby. At the conclusion of the consultation, as of the August 2026 JSB meeting, both governments, quote, recognizing the conclusion of the constitutionally mandated consultations, unquote, agreed to table the referendum results in Parliament, and that has been done this morning, today. Both governments consulted for years through the JSB, produced a joint consultation report plus a Melanesian framework, and have now formally closed the Section 342, Subsection 1 consultation phase. Parliament will debate and decide next. Section 342, Subsection 2 provides for the Minister for Bougainville Affairs to take the results to this Parliament. It's done that. Prime Minister Marape stated, quote, Section 342 of our Constitution clearly says Parliament will make this decision, unquote. There is a vacuum in subsection 2 of Section 342, subsection 2, which I believe is now filled with the sessional order, the making of which, including the 3/4 absolute majority vote requirement, Parliament approved. We members of this Parliament have to be better and truly informed about before the vote is taken. Mr. Speaker, I have something to say, Mr. Acting Speaker, I have something to say about the Referendum Commission. I still have a few pages to go, but anyway, I'll continue. Yes, sorry. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Acting Speaker, the Referendum Commission, from its very carefully detailed and thorough report, the Bougainville Referendum Commission report, we learn about the meticulous planning and execution of all aspects of the referendum to deliver a free, fair, and credible vote for Bougainvilleans on Bougainville's future political status, up to the time of announcing the referendum results. The chairman of the Bougainville Referendum Commission was the independent and internationally renowned Honorable Bertie Ahern, former Prime Minister of Ireland. It is very difficult to find fault with the BRC's work on the Bougainville referendum from start to finish. Mr. Acting Speaker, the referendum was credibly held, and the result was 176,928 votes were cast for independence, 3,043 votes were cast for greater autonomy, and 1,096 votes cast were informal. Independence and greater autonomy were the only two options in the ballot paper for the referendum. If we believe in democracy and that PNG is a democratic country, let's show the world. Our votes on the referendum result will definitely have consequences, good or bad, for the future of PNG. Mr. Acting Speaker, on the Melanesian Agreement, I believe members of this Honourable Parliament will do well to take note of the Melanesian Agreement signed by the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea and the President of the ABG, and witnessed by Honourable Minister for Bougainville Affairs And, and Honorable Ezekiel Massad, ABG Minister for Bougainville Independence, Mission Implementation, Justice and Attorney General, on the 26th of June 2025. This Melanesian Agreement recognizes the historical significance of Burnham Military Camp in Christchurch, Aotearoa, New Zealand, as the spiritual birthplace of the negotiation process leading to the Bougainville Peace Agreement and the outcomes of the third joint moderated consultations held in Burnham, New Zealand from 9th to 13th of June last year, 2025. Appreciates the support. This Melanesian Agreement appreciates the support of the government and people of Aotearoa, New Zealand in enabling the important round of joint consultations. See, this Melanesian Agreement recalls the work undertaken by the parties so far in giving effect to important political agreements such as a SHARP Agreement, the Kokopo Joint Statement, the Post-Referendum Result Implementation Roadmap or the WABEG Roadmap, the Port Moresby Joint Statement, and the Era Kone Covenant. This Melanesian Agreement was guided by the outcome of the constitutionally sanctioned Bougainville referendum declared on the 11th of December 2019, in which an overwhelming majority of 97.7% of Bougainvilleans had voted in favor of separate independence based on the definition of independence used on the Bougainville referendum ballot paper. This Melanesian Agreement acknowledged the crucial role that the joint moderated consultations have played in resolving important issues pertaining to the post-referendum process. Notes the wider consultation that have taken place with civil society organizations, women's groups, churches, business representatives, and youth, and the shared aspirations of women and youth for a peaceful and inclusive pathway forward. Armed with such recognitions, appreciation, recollections, guidance, knowledge, acknowledgements, and notices, Papua New Guinea and the ABG in the Melanesian Agreement agreed to joint commitments and principles. On joint commitments, the parties, PNG and ABG, agreed to the role of the National Parliament in the decision-making process in accordance with Section 342 of the National Constitution. They recognize the legitimate choice, 97.7% of the Bougainville people for independence as expressed in the referendum result. C, the joint commitments recognize that the context of Bougainville is unique in PNG as reflected in the Bougainville Peace Agreement, the Papua New Guinea Constitution's provisions on Bougainville, and the Bougainville Constitution. D, are committed to maintaining a close, peaceful, and enduring relationship between PNG and Bougainville. E, agreed, the joint commitments agreed that the process for bringing the referendum results to the National Parliament would be by way of a sessional order, as determined by the National Parliament. The sessional order would be recommended by the speakers of both the National Parliament and the Bougainville House of Representatives. F, acknowledged that the National Parliament and Bougainville House of Representatives have a central and integral role to play in the process leading up to the National Parliament and thereafter. G, acknowledged the importance of the Bipartisan Parliamentary Committee on Bougainville in consulting and disseminating the joint key messages as assisted by the moderator for members of the 11th National Parliament and the people of Papua New Guinea on Bougainville referendum. And the post-referendum process. And H further acknowledged the importance of a public awareness raising program by the government of Papua New Guinea and the ABG on the joint key messages for the people of Papua New Guinea and Bougainville on the Bougainville referendum and progress made in the post-referendum process. In addition to the joint commitments agreed in the Melanesian Agreement, the PNG government and the ABG also agreed to the following principles. One, that the PNG government and the ABG commit to exploring the joint creation of a Melanesian framework, which they've done and has been presented, with agreed timelines to a pathway forward that may form part of the joint consultation report presented to the 11th National Parliament. Secondly, that the results of the Bougainville referendum and the joint consultation report will be taken to the 11th National Parliament immediately after the bipartisan committee has completed its work in line with its terms of reference. Thirdly, that Papua New Guinea and the ABG shall accept the decision of the National Parliament in the first instance regarding the referendum results and commit to further consultations if required and agreed according to an agreed timeline. D, that PNG and the ABG would jointly commit to institutional strengthening and institutional building of the ABG administration as per the SHARP agreement. E, that both parties will ensure progress is made and political commitment is sustained. Monitoring of the Melanesian agreement could include an international component, a parliamentary component, and the bipartisan parliamentary committee, all with UN support. Mr. Acting Speaker, before I sit down, I would like to conclude my debate with a fitting analogy of a pregnant woman about to give birth. No insult to all our women is intended at all. Mr. Acting Speaker, from quiet colonial alienation of sovereignty, administration, and core grievances in unjust land alienation for the Panguna mining activities without any environmental impact studies done, resulting in the wanton destruction of the Jaba River, land alienation for the mine-angered villages, the influx of outsiders from mainland PNG for mining work disrespected local culture and competed for jobs, CRA and BCL disregard of Bougainvillean calls for independence and on unfair distribution of revenue to landowners. Revenue split felt unfair. The Panguna mine made 45% of PNG's export earnings by 1972 to 1986, but Bougainville got a disrespectful 1%. 1% was a joke, and other landowners' issues to early nationalism and separatism through the Napida Koe Navitu movement during the Australian colonial administration of Papua New Guinea, into the 1964 House of Assembly and political statements by renowned Bougainvilleans like Dr. Alexis Sarre and now Sir John Momis, and demands for referendums to be set free and independent from the rest of Papua New Guinea, and the persistent rebuttals, rubbishing and refusals of Australia and PNG, whose sovereignty was dependent on Australia, and therefore not absolute. Absoluteness of sovereignty is created and given by God alone, not by any human beings or by a few individuals from another country with questionable interests. There were many other negative political decisions by PNG on Bougainville's request and demands for independence. The Catholic Church backed much of the separatist identity movement. 2 weeks before PNG independence in September 1975, Bougainville unilaterally declared itself the Republic of the North Solomons on 1st September 1975. 16th September, PNG celebrated independence. Bougainville was reintegrated in 1976 when the unilateral declaration as to the Republic of North Solomons on 1st September 1975 was unrecognized. PNG was impregnated with, quote, Bougainville independence, unquote. Papua New Guinea, through this parliament, is now in labor pains with the issue of Bougainville independence and about to give birth through the actual casting of our votes for the referendum result of 97.7% for Bougainville independence, or against the 97.7% for Bougainville independence. The fetus or baby to be born is the 97.7% for Bougainville independence. PNG is pregnant with this. I will call this baby, quote, Bougainville independence, unquote. The outcome of the votes will be the birth and will tell us whether we will sever or cut the umbilical cord with a yes vote for the baby Bougainville independence or no vote against the baby Bougainville independence. Meaning, do we have to somehow shove the baby Bougainville independence back into the PNG's womb? Or let the umbilical cord unsevered or uncut, and we wait and see how baby Bougainville independence will survive with the umbilical cord remaining unsevered or uncut. Questions are, will the baby Bougainville independence, if shoved back into the womb of the mother PNG, live? Or if the umbilical cord is left unsevered or uncut, how will baby Bougainville independence survive and grow? It seems there is only one humane option for us members of this honorable House to do, and that is to sever or cut the umbilical cord connecting baby Bougainville independence to Papua New Guinea. Mother PNG, in loving care, has to nurture baby Bougainville independence pursuant to the agreed joint commitments and agreed principles set out in the Melanesian Agreement and Melanesian Framework until the baby gets older and reaches about 20 to 30 years old. Only then we can let Bougainville independence completely free. The future. We help the Bougainvillians with respect in all sectors of development. Sovereignty in the world has never been absolute. Let us not kid ourselves with insistence on sovereignty. The global community is watching with interest, and we will gain so much respect from the global community if we vote and ensure Bougainville independence is respected and dignified in his democratic wish for separate political independence. Give Bougainville and its people and their God-given divine supreme sovereignty the respect they deserve. Given the facts and reasonings I have expressed in my debate, I believe our individual votes, when given or cast, will have been sufficiently informed. Mr. Acting Speaker, I'm sorry for the long time it has taken me to read this debate, but thank you very much for your forbearance.
The Honourable Regional Member for Bougainville, Minister for Works and Leader of Government Business. Honourable Minister, before you make your speech, I'd like to remind the honourable members that we have suspended the order by giving much time to a speaker to make a debate. So any members that you'd like to pass out from time, we will now go back to the 20 minutes debate time. So I'd like also to remind honourable members under Standing Order 53 say that when a speaker stands to make a statement, you don't pass through in between the chair that is making a statement. So I'd like to inform the House about this. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. First and foremost, I would like to acknowledge my honourable leaders of the Autonomous Bougainville Government and the House of Representatives in Bougainville, our leaders that are here. I acknowledge the Speaker, ministers, and members of the House of Representatives. And I particular mention to my youth of Bougainville that are here from the atolls, from Central, North, and South that are here present to witness this occasion. Acting Speaker, I will have my statement both in English and Pidgin for the benefit of the many of our citizens right across our country and in many of our rural communities that have the benefit of network that are watching through the broadcast. Me like...
Well, Minister, we have a point of order. Member for Cincinnati Angomol, what's your point of order?
Yes, Mr. Acting Speaker, in principle, you said debate would be adjourned to November. Now I see you moving away and allow one or two speakers to speak. Can you make that clear? How many speakers are going to speak today and for what reason? And when the balance of the members of parliament are going to be speaking in November. So you need to tell us exactly who's speaking today, so we know, and then we organize ourselves in our thinking. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Cincinnati Angomol, it is with the chair to be also being informed to not select, but there's being leaders who are to speak in support of the statement today. And it will be the chair who, upon the motion, we should be allowed for the House to adjourn. It will adjourn to the date which it will allow for all members to make a debate. So it will not be right for me to make known and mention who are to speak. I think the chair has been informed, and there'll be, if you can see from the chair, that it's from the minister to the leader to the regional member, be given to the opposition leader will speak on that, and the Prime Minister will speak in support to the statement of what the minister have laid in Parliament today. And then the Parliament might adjourn to the later date for us, all members to make a statement on that. Honorable Minister.
Assistant Speaker, thank you. Na point of order, long good leader Blamilo Sinasina Yangumul. Me like Kamlo Disla explanation too, while I acknowledge the presence of our audience in this honorable house and to all our viewers throughout the country. Me been like explaining to all Sam. Lo giving big look save long Minister Blo Bougainville Affairs lo walk him na good report you may now hari me come long by petition committee chairman and all got this long information and very important lo yumi long kisim na yumi can read through na allow him all this information lo marinate lo ting blo yumi na yumi they can come behind long debate long him. This now me sana pem long just acknowledge him, walk him, na too long acknowledge him all people blo me lo Bougainville. Long tolerance belong all. Long tolerance for enduring this long journey of desire, passed down generation to generation, and now culminating into this very special moment in the history of Parliament. And I stand here as a proud Bougainvillean and also a Papua New Guinean because I share both bloods on both sides. And I speak with absolute clarity for the love of Bougainville and the love of Papua New Guinea. And I want to appreciate this Honourable House, Acting Speaker. Thank you for suspending standing orders today and giving undivided attention to the agenda of Bougainville. Mitok, thank you. This Honourable House absolutely demonstrates the bipartisan respect for the solemnity, the gravity, and the national importance of the Bougainville agenda. I think Speaker Somitok, thank you, Longolgata, honourable leaders. This is certainly an unprecedented time for this Parliament. I think Speaker, I rise today with a profound sense of history, humility, and responsibility. I stand here in this honourable House as the regional member for Bougainville, and as a son of Bougainville, and as a member for the National Parliament of Papua New Guinea. And on this historic occasion, Acting Speaker, I also speak on behalf of my fellow national members from Bougainville. Our Honourable Francisca Semoso, member for North Bougainville, our Honourable Member for Central Bougainville, Honourable Jimmy Miringtoro, our Honourable Member for South Bougainville, Honourable Timothy Masiu. Today we stand united as Bougainville the four of us representing the National Parliament, we carry into the chamber the democratically expressed voice, hopes and aspiration of the people of Bougainville. Today, Parliament formally received the Bougainville referendum results, and I must again place on record our utmost gratitude to the Minister for Bougainville Affairs for shouldering such a monumental task in managing and ushering the results finally into the floor of Parliament. As we all know, this is not an ordinary parliamentary proceeding. It is a defining moment in our long people's history. We heard today from the chairman a very detailed journey of our country. From the very earliest we could record, that detailed report, my honorable leaders, it is worthy of us reading through again that report to get a full appreciation of our journey and how we have evolved through that journey together. And that would help with this final joint consultation report. Acting Speaker, the documents being placed before the Honourable House are not merely administrative papers. They carry the voices, sacrifices, and the aspirations of the people of Bougainville. They also represent the solemn commitments made by the government of Papua New Guinea and the autonomous government under the Bougainville Peace Agreement and our national constitution. As we know, in 2019, the people of Bougainville participated peacefully and democratically in a constitutionally guaranteed referendum on their future political status, one in which, quite articulately expressed in its analogy of a mother about to give birth to a new life. The people chose overwhelmingly 97.7 as their choice for lasting peace, which is independence. The result was clear, the result was peaceful, and the result was decisive. It was not delivered through violence, it was delivered through the ballot box. It was made possible because former combatants chose peace over conflict, weapons were laid down, communities reconciled, and the people placed their trust in the agreed constitutional and democratic process. Today, Acting Speaker, that trust has brought us to the floor of the National Parliament. Acting Speaker, on this historic occasion, we remember those who lost their lives during the conflict. We remember the mothers who held their families together, the children who grew up surrounded by uncertainty, the churches that protected and comforted our people, the chiefs who maintained order, and peace builders who refused to surrender hope. We acknowledge the veterans and the former ex-combatants who had the courage to lay down their weapons and embrace dialogue. We recognize the leaders of Papua New Guinea and Bougainville, past and present, who remain committed to resolving our differences through a peaceful and constitutional means. Their courage and sacrifice made today possible. Acting Speaker, the joint consultation report records the consultation undertaken by national government and the autonomous Bougainville government following the referendum. It captures discussions, positions, and jointly agreed outcomes reached through years of engagement. The Melanesian framework provides an agreed pathway for implementing an affirmative decision of this Parliament on the referendum result. Together, Acting Speaker, these documents provide Parliament with the information necessary to undertake its constitutional responsibility with wisdom, clarity, and respect. Today's tabling is therefore not the end of the process, Acting Speaker. It makes the beginning of Parliament's direct and solemn consideration of the question placed before it by the people of Bougainville. Acting Speaker, this matter must never be reduced to partisan politics. It must not become a contest between government and the opposition, nor should it become a source of division between Bougainville and the rest of Papua New Guinea. This is a national responsibility that rises above party lines, regional interest, and individual political ambitions. We are not being called upon to reopen the wounds of the past. We are being called upon to honor the peace that brought us here and to determine how we complete this process in a manner that preserves the dignity, security, and a future for all our people. The eyes of Bougainville, Papua New Guinea, the Pacific region, and the international community are upon this Parliament, Acting Speaker. History will judge us not only by the addition we ultimately make, but also by the maturity, wisdom, and the respect which we make. It is also at this juncture that I also want to amplify that how fitting are we able to then bring all this journey of both sides of the house, or both sides of our regions and our islands together, all culminating back into this respectful, honorable house, a house of Melanesia, a house of equals, house of leaders that constant dialogue is demanded upon all of us to embrace constantly. I strongly believe that the peace agreement, there may have been ambiguity in some parts of the peace agreement, but because of the wisdom of the past leaders who created and crafted the peace agreement, those ambiguity speak right to the heart of the Melanesian way of deconflicting, that we must continue to have a dialogue, and that peace will be found and solutions will be found through constant dialogue. I acknowledge the leadership of our Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape, and our President of the Autonomous Region of Bougainville, His Excellency Honorable Ismail Turama. Both leaders have carried the responsibility of sustaining dialogue through difficult and sensitive circumstances. I also acknowledge the Joint Supervisory Body, the Bipartisan Parliamentary Committee, the Independent Moderator, the Joint Technical Teams, officials of both governments, and all those who contributed to the Joint Consultation Report and the Melanesian Framework. And to the people of Papua New Guinea, we say this: the Bougainville question is not solely a Bougainville issue. It is a national matter arising from our shared history, our national constitution, and the commitment made under the Bougainville Peace Agreement. And to the people of Bougainville, your voice has reached the floor of the Parliament. Your vote has not been forgotten. Your sacrifice have not been forgotten. Your patience, discipline, and commitment to peace have brought us to this historical day. And I must emphasize again, I want to appreciate my people of Bougainville, past and present, for always embracing peace, for always enduring the commitment to stay on course and follow the process. It is the process, in my strongest view, that will see us through to our final aspiration. As Bougainville's 4 national MPs or national members, we carry the mandate and aspiration of our people into this chamber. And as we come to the finality, to find a lasting solution, to craft out an unconventional, in my view, a solution that will be unconventional, because we will test the definition of sovereignty, and that we must look through the lenses of Melanesia and not to the Western lenses. That we will find our lasting solution to the aspirations of our people of Papua New Guinea in the far east side of our country, of the Bougainville people. Today we take another peaceful and constitutional step towards resolving one of the most significant questions in the history of Papua New Guinea. Acting Speaker, above all, let us continue to preserve peace. Above all, let us continue to embrace our Christian values, which has formed the foundation of our Constitution. May God bless the independent state of Papua New Guinea and the people of Bougainville. Acting Speaker, as I conclude, I again, as leader of government business, I appreciate all leaders for suspending today's question time and carrying this forward, and having both Minister for Bougainville Affairs and our Chairman for Bipartition present their report. And I encourage all of us now, as we come to our final speakers this afternoon, that we take this far and wide. And to our people of Papua New Guinea and Bougainville, all this information that is before the floor of Parliament today, Mipla Tok Tok Longem, it will be made available for you to also read. So we fully understand the journey that has now brought us this far, and that for us as leaders, it is about finding a solution. All the emotions, we've gone past that part of that journey. It's now incumbent on us to read through, fully understand, appreciate, and when we do come back in October, we can start constructing a new relationship, a relationship that will continue to embrace the 97.7 desire of the people of Bougainville and also acknowledge the sovereignty of Papua New Guinea. Thank you, Acting Speaker.
The Honourable Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Acting Speaker, I also rise on behalf of His Majesty's Most Royal Opposition to commend the government, the executive government, to commend the minister, to commend the leaders of Bougainville, led by the President, for bringing the results of the referendum into the House, and also for producing the Melanesian the final framework and the final agreed joint consultation report. Mr. Acting Speaker, it is quite a monumental achievement, given the historical context of this issue, the issue of Bougainville. So I will offer the opposition's support and commendation for the report, and reserve debate until the Parliament is ready for debate and to take the vote on the referendum. But on the face of it, Mr. Acting Speaker, I think from the process of disagreement, secession in Bougainville, from the point at which the conflict started, I just reflect on the Prime Ministers of the past. Mr. Acting Speaker, when the Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare, as a founding father, forged the independent state of Papua New Guinea, that included Bougainville. And through all his deliberations, he was an avid believer that the country must remain united. He understood the importance of the conflict, and he took on the role of Minister for Bougainville Affairs. Before our former Prime Minister, Honourable Makera Marauta, made amendments to the Constitution, which have all been outlined in depth by the good chairman of the committee, the Honourable Dr. Alan Marat. This paved the way for this process to be legal, as per the Constitution, and I wholly commend both sides for ensuring that throughout that whole process it remained peaceful, respectful, and the Melanesian spirit of dialogue was able to take precedence as both sides grappled with the issues brought forth through this referendum. I pay homage to the former Prime Ministers, Somare, Mekere. I thank the former Prime Minister, Peter O'Neill, and his government at the time for coming up with the questions, which was quite simple, and which directed the results of the referendum towards 176,928 votes for independence. But the time is here and now, Mr. Acting Speaker, and I thank our Prime Minister, the Honourable James Marape, for pushing this issue and ensuring that the executive government works to uphold the tenets of the Bougainville Peace Agreement and to bring this very, very important issue to the floor of Parliament. I recognize a cogent point raised by the Minister in his speech, that it is this national Parliament that is the unfettered decision-making authority. Therefore, Mr. Acting Speaker, for all members of Parliament of the 11th Parliament, this will be the most consequential question that we will have to decide upon, the vote that we take. And I think, Mr. Acting Speaker, that it's incumbent on the executive government and also on all leaders to understand the issues that have been placed before us, the gravity of the situation, the desires of the people of Bougainville through a 97.7 referendum result. That we all have to take the time from now until the next Parliament sitting, Mr. Acting Speaker, to not only just glaze through it, flick through the pages, but to apply pensive contemplation. This requires us to carefully go through the material before us, to understand the issues at hand, to really look at the desires that the people of Bougainville expressed, Mr. Acting Speaker, when they voted for independence, and then to determine the best way forward for our country. If I reflect on the Grand Chief Sir Michael Somare's position, he wanted a unified Papua New Guinea. That included Bougainville. Now, when Sir Mekere Murata amended the Constitution and brought it to Parliament and they made amendments specifically for Bougainville, it was not binding. It still had to be brought back to Parliament for leaders to deliberate and make a decision. Our admonition, Mr. Acting Speaker, to the executive government is that we push for awareness amongst all leaders. We hold these sessions. We ensure that the meticulous research and delivery by the Speaker, the Chairman, Dr. Alan Murrett, be crystallized and be brought to all members so that we can fully appreciate and digest the issues that are being discussed here. Now, time you may look him, Mr. Acting Speaker. Bougainville will talk, or like him independence, or la Buruk, lo Papua New Guinea. Now, this Honourable House, Mr. Acting Speaker, I can kirap na talk, yes, mibla one bell, you can go. Now, mibla look sawa, or some member staged implementation, ECC, but mibla support, now you can sim independence, blue. What's the implication? O sabos olga the leader ol kirap na talk no. Bougainville na Brooklyn, Papua New Guinea. One people, one country, one nation. That includes Bougainville. What's the implication there? Mr. Acting Speaker, we ask that the executive government also not kick the can down the road and deal with this vote. Mr. Acting Speaker. All must confirm, all the members of Parliament, all honourable leaders in the House, that the next Parliament sitting, we will deal with the vote. This issue has created a lot of anxiety, a lot of ambiguity, a lot of confusion, Mr. Acting Speaker. Wasam na you look him? Now all the member all noksim talk sawa na House 2 no pull up, Mr. Acting Speaker. For an issue that is so consequential to Papua New Guinea and to our future. So this is what we ask, Mr. Acting Speaker. Mibla talk, thank you, Law. All gotta walk where Minister you make him, Prime Minister you make him, the leadership of Bougainville. Our only call, Mr. Acting Speaker, is the way forward. We maintain peaceful consultation, we respect the Constitution, and we effectively, Mr. Acting Speaker, deal with the hopes and ambitions of the referendum results, Mr. Acting Speaker, where 97.7% of the people of Bougainville, they voted for independence. But then on the flip side too, Mr. Acting Speaker, now you come inside the House, you suspend him all the standing orders. Now you get up and talk, Mibla deal with an issue, very important issue. But this was a microcosm of what we have also neglected. In Papua New Guinea, there's almost 5 million eligible voters throughout the districts, throughout the provinces. Now we didn't have a referendum. Papua New Guinea didn't have a referendum to say, yes, we grant independence, the people of Papua New Guinea. I'm all right, Mibla larimol go. Mibla gat Tambu lo Bougainville, Mibla gat Piginin lo Bougainville, Mibla Maret lo Bougainville. I'm all line blo Mibla too, all blood blo Mibla. But Mibla not asking Bougainville, Mibla not asking people of Papua New Guinea. Mibla no running referendum, Mr. Acting Speaker. One-side referendum. Now you suspend him, all got to walk to Papua New Guinea. Heavy way, Mibla all got to face him, all got the leader come lila talk. Now you talk, put in Bougainville. Which you are right, Mr. Acting Speaker. But what about the rest of the country? What about the majority? So in this time, are you also going to demand that all governors go back to your respective provincial assemblies and run this question about Bougainville independence, about the referendum results? All members of Parliament, go back, Bungimol Councillor Blubla, go back, Lord DDA, so that we capture the collective voice of the people of Papua New Guinea when we're making this call on the floor of Parliament. It's so serious. It's consequential. So as a patriot, as a nationalist, Bami Kirab na tog yes lo dislo no gad, Mr. Acting Speaker. Am I qualified to say yes or no? And some like I ask him. That's why, honorable leaders of the House, through you, Acting Speaker, this requires leadership from the committee, from the executive government, from the Prime Minister, from Parliament, Mr. Acting Speaker. So honorable leaders must come and deal with the issue with confidence, with empathy, with respect, promoting peace, the Melanesian way, now consultation. People must respect him law, na come back later, and people must debate. So, Mr. Acting Speaker, in conclusion, I ask that the government be very, very clear about when this vote will take place and make all effort, Mr. Acting Speaker, to inform all leaders of the House about yes, what happens, no, what happens. People must clear, Mr. Acting Speaker. But with that, Mr. Acting Speaker, on behalf of the people of Trave, I wholeheartedly commend the executive government, the leadership of the Prime Minister, Honourable James Marape, the Minister, Honourable Makiba, and the leadership and the leaders of the Autonomous Region of Bougainville for peaceful consultation, for respecting the Constitution, and for bringing this most important referendum result to the floor of Parliament. Whatever happens, Mr. Acting Speaker, God bless Papua New Guinea. Thank you, Acting Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for State Enterprise.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. I first would like to take this opportunity to commend our Prime Minister, the Honourable James Marape, for leading this country in trying its very best to resolve this very important matter affecting our lives. For most of us who are fortunate enough to represent our people in this Parliament, we will be soon making one of those very important decisions in our lives, which will remain with us until we die. I want to commend our Prime Minister for producing a conducive environment and for leading this country in terms of trying our best to manage this long overdue, emotional and important issue. I also want to acknowledge and thank the Minister for Bougainville Affairs for his hard work and for making sure that the referendum results are produced before this Parliament. I also take this opportunity to acknowledge our team of our brothers and sisters from Bougainville, led by the Speaker of the Bougainville Assembly, the Honourable Simon Pentano, who was a former long-serving clerk of this Parliament. And there's a long relationship with this country, Papua New Guinea. Mr. Assistant Acting Speaker, my speech will only set the framework for the way we think for the next couple of weeks before we make our decision in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, when I entered this Parliament many years ago, in July 2022, as an independent member, I met one very important person who later shaped the way I thought about Bougainville. His name was the Honourable Sam Akotai, who was the leader of the United Resources Party at that time. He was the member for Central Bougainville, and he was also the Minister for Mining in the Somali government. Mr. Acting Speaker, or Assistant Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I then became the Deputy Party Leader of the party which I lead now. And as the late Sam Akotai's deputy, I became familiar, and I had the privilege of knowing his personal views about PNG, where Bougainville was an integral part of. I served the late Sam Akotai until he lost the elections in 2007. The late Sam Akotai was a former commander of the Bougainville Resistance Force, whose members opposed the Bougainville Revolutionary Army. The late Sam Akotai, Mr. Deputy Speaker, strongly believed in a united Papua New Guinea. After the late Sam Akotai, two more leaders from Bougainville joined the United Resource Party. They were the late Stephen Pirika Kama, who was the member for South Bougainville, while Joe Lera was the regional member for Bougainville for 2 terms from 2012 to 2022. I was fortunate to have met and worked together with the late Sam Akotai, the late Stephen Pirika Kama, and Mr. Joe Lera as national leaders, and I gained some understanding of the many complex issues relating to our people of Bougainville. I was privileged also, Mr. Acting Speaker, to become a member of the Ministerial Committee on Bougainville, chaired by the late Minister Sir Peter Bata under the Somali government. As a member of this committee, I made a number of trips to Bougainville. One of those trips when I accompanied the late Sir Peter Bata and traveled to Buka was when I met for the first time a very big, tall, bearded man who, when we arrived, did not greet us properly. But as soon as we sat down, he punched the table with his big fist, looked at us, and he said, "Where is the money?" I later realized that he was Mr. Joseph Kabui. The second trip I made to Bougainville was to Arawa to witness the withdrawal of the peace monitoring group made up of the members of the Australian Defence Force and the New Zealand Defence Force from Bougainville. It was a momentous occasion, Mr. Acting Speaker. The United Resource Party, which I have led since 2007, believes in greater ownership of our resources, mineral and non-mineral, by our people, the landowners. And the United Resource Party, which has historically had a strong link to Bougainville, believes strongly in a united Papua New Guinea, where all provinces and districts, including Bougainville, remain as one nation. Mr. Acting Speaker, our founding fathers crafted our Papua New Guinea Constitution, which officially came into effect on 16 September 1975, coinciding with our country's independence from Australia. Bougainville was an integral part of the newly independent state of Papua New Guinea, and that remains the case today. That constitutional position remains in force today. The PNG Constitution is an autonomous constitution. It is, in other words, a homegrown constitution which derives its ultimate legal authority, legitimacy, directly from the people of a nation, cutting all legal ties with their former colonial power. In our case, it completely severed legal ties with Australia and the United Kingdom, securing its power directly from our people through a self-declared National Constituent Assembly in 1974. Mr. Acting Speaker, Section 2, subsection 1 of our Constitution clearly provides that the area of Papua New Guinea constitutes of the area that immediately before Independence Day constituted what was then known as Papua and New Guinea. Section 2, subsection 2 of the Constitution provides that the sovereignty of Papua New Guinea over its territory is and shall remain absolute. All provinces and districts, including Bougainville, are part of the absolute sovereign territory of Papua New Guinea. Sections 276 to 345 of the Constitution contain extensive provisions in relation to the administration of our region of Bougainville. Section 279 of the Constitution provides that there shall be a system of autonomous government for Bougainville. It does not provide for a government for an independent Bougainville. The peace agreement clearly contemplated two critical pillars of weapons disposal and good governance. These are not mere considerations. These are conditions that had to be met before the referendum was carried out. The referendum result was politically significant, but under the Constitution, it was, as we all know, never meant to be automatically binding. There is, Mr. Acting Speaker, there I say, no independent evidence showing that all weapons were fully disposed of in Bougainville. The peace agreement did not envision a referendum occurring under conditions where weapons concerns remain unresolved. But again, Mr. Speaker, that is not for us to determine here. What is before us is the referendum results. There are many other issues there, but Mr. Speaker, now is not the time for us to debate. We've been told, among other things, that, and according to the results, 97.7% of our people voted in favor of independence during the referendum. We may have our own views, whether they were carried out thoroughly, fairly, and independently or not. But again, Mr. Acting Speaker, now is not the time to debate. We can assume one way or the other according to how we assess things, but again, now is not the time. We've gone past that stage. We have the referendum results. to consider. As we know, this referendum occurred after decades of conflict, political messaging, and many other things which the chairman of the committee, Dr. Marat, adequately outlined for all of us. Many of our people on Bougainville understandably carry historical grievances. We cannot ignore them. But there are also many Bougainvilleans out there who also proudly identify themselves as Papua New Guineans. During the Bougainville crisis, many stood side by side with those from the rest of the country, including my former party leader, the late Sam Akoitai. There may be questions, Mr. Acting Speaker, which remain regarding governance standards, strong institutions, effective rule of law, accountability, financial integrity, stable security arrangements, all the list goes on. But again, they will take time to be implemented and to be dealt with under whatever regime they operate under later on, depending upon the outcome of the decision this Parliament makes. Again, that is not for me to dwell on. But we must understand that those standards, even if they are not met now, must be met in the future, as they will remain relevant for our people of Bougainville, regardless of which direction this Parliament votes. When we consider the effect of sections 276 to 345 of the Constitution, all the powers have been decentralized and given to our people of Bougainville. And they have received funding, and they've had years to build systems and make things work on the island for themselves. Whether real progress has been made or not, our Bougainville leaders know. Now again is not really the time to debate. The Bougainville crisis, Mr. Acting Speaker, dare I say, was not mainly only about independence. It was also about unequal and unfair treatment or spin-off benefits from the huge copper and gold mine, and the environment damage to the Jaba River. Many people died as a result of confrontation between our Bougainvilleans and security forces, and between the BRA and the resistance force. Many peace-loving people had nothing to do with independence, the mine, the unfair benefits, or the environment issues, but they died. Mr. Acting Speaker, if it were not for the Bougainville Resistance Force, it is doubtful whether many members of the Papua New Guinea Defense Force and the police force would have survived and returned from Bougainville. Prior to and even when independence for our country was being considered by the Australians, Mr. Acting Speaker, there were also noises made by people from our country, such as the Papua Besena movement and the Matangan Association in Eastern Britain for self-determination. There are still some currently who have similar views here. When, Mr. Acting Speaker, when our founding fathers debated and contributed to the specific contents of our national constitution, they were mindful of the expressions made by people from some parts of our country, such as the Matangan Association of Eastern Britain, Papua Besena, and Bougainville, and some smaller sections from the highlands. Yet, Mr. Acting Speaker, our founding fathers were determined, and they made sure that Papua New Guinea remained one country, and the Constitution, which was adopted by the Constituent Assembly in August 1974, and then in September 1975, contained no provision empowering this Parliament to grant independence to a district, an ethnic group, a province, or a region of this country. Our founding fathers were cognizant, they were aware of those concerns, and yet they made sure that the Constitution did not contain any power for this Parliament to grant independence to a region, an ethnic group, a tribe, or a province, or even a district of this country. Mr. Acting Speaker, we must not overlook this very, very important fact. Section 100, subsection 1 of the Constitution provides that the legislative power of the people is vested in this Parliament, very obviously. The Constitution gives this power the power to enact laws and amend laws, but it does not give the power to grant independence. That is something we don't have. This Parliament, as they say, the power to enact laws and amend laws, but it does not give this power, this Parliament, the power to grant political independence to an ethnic group, a tribe, a district, or a province. You will need to amend the Constitution itself to grant this power, this Parliament, the power to do that. Mr. Acting Speaker, we will have our say when we meet next, but those are the views that I thought I had to express to this Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Police.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, leaders of our great nation, my brothers and sisters of Bougainville, the Vice President, and your delegation who are in the chambers today. I rise today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, not to cast a stone, nor to dictate a path, but to offer a moment of deep, solemn, and philosophical reflection to this honorable House. The matter before this respected House, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the ratification, resolution, and future of our brothers and sisters in Bougainville is perhaps the heaviest constitutional, moral, and security challenge this Parliament has faced since our independence in 1975. As one of the longest-serving members currently sitting on these benches, I have watched our young democracy grow, stumble, heal, and mature, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Today, we stand at the crossroads of history. We are called to deliberate on the Bougainville referendum, a momentous constitutional process born out of the 2001 Bougainville peace agreement that brought an end to a painful decade of civil war. 7 years ago, our brothers and sisters in Bougainville cast their ballots, and the result was loud and clear. 97.7% voted for independence over continued autonomy. Today, as a Parliament, our constitutional duty is not to ignore that voice, but to consult, debate, and decide how we move forward as a Melanesian family. Mr. Speaker, the year 1992 was the year when the world literally was at the crossroads. For me, as a very young man, I first stepped into the halls of national politics. In 1992 was a year of seismic geopolitical shifts across the globe, and a time of intense political, economic, and humanitarian trial for our young democracy. While the Western world was eagerly looking toward a globalized, tech-driven future and celebrating the end of the Cold War, marked by President George H.W. Bush and Boris Yeltsin declaring a new era, the signing of the Maastricht Treaty, which gave birth to the European Union, and Bill Clinton's rise to the US presidency. The global landscape was also breaking apart. The post-Soviet vacuum saw the outbreak of the Bosnian War, while cultural and environmental awakenings were erupting from the Los Angeles riot over the police beating of Rodney King to the historic UN Health Summit in Rio, and the Mabo decision just across the water in Australia, where a landmark ruling by the High Court of Australia completely rewrote the nation's legal relationship with its indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, or the Deputy Speaker, while the rest of the world navigated this new modern era, Papua New Guinea was blocked in a bitter struggle for its internal survival. 1992 was the peak of the Bougainville crisis. The conflict had escalated from local corporate sabotage into a full-scale bloody civil war. Mr. Deputy Speaker, by 1992, the strict military blockade of the mainland had triggered a catastrophic humanitarian crisis where a lack of medical supplies, clean water, and electricity led to thousands of civilian deaths from preventable diseases. On the home front, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we faced intense turbulence. The national elections of July 1992 saw Pius Winti defeat Sarah Binamaliu by a single vote in this very parliament, immediately inheriting a huge financial and military burden. The closure of the Panguna mine had ripped away 45% of our export revenue, forcing a desperate scramble to develop the Kutubu oil project and accelerate mining in Porgera and Misima to keep our national economy afloat. The crisis even spilled over our borders, straining relations with the Solomon Islands. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I lived through that defining year. I saw how the crisis changed the course of our history, forcing us to reinvent our economy, reevaluate our military strategy, and navigate a rapidly changing post-Cold War world. It is that long, unbroken memory that guides my reflections today, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we need to know and accept what were the root causes of the Bougainville conflict. And we need to understand the challenges confronting our shared history to be able to determine where we are going from here. Let us be honest, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Let us be honest with ourselves today. What we once called a simple law and order problem, decades ago, Mr. Deputy Speaker, did not start in a vacuum. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in 1998, the government, in all sincerity, sent police first to deal with a law and order problem. 1988, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The government, in all its sincerity, sent police first to deal with a law and order problem. Just like today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we send our army to help police in places like Porgera, Heights, and Oktedi. The defense was sent to help and assist our police in Bougainville. The situation aggravated when our brothers of Bougainville fought back in what they may have considered then was their right to do so, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the conflict may have began because the governments of the day were insensitive to the plight of the people. We may have been blinded by the love of money, allowing a selfish multinational corporation to exploit the Panguna land, line foreign pockets, and marginalize our own people. When the people of Bougainville stood up to complain about the destruction of the environment and the theft of their future, we sent in the mobile squads to protect a corporate entity
and maybe instead of protecting our citizens. We allowed our forces to victimize the very people we were sworn to defend. Mr. Speaker, let us speak the truth plainly. There are no heroes out of the Bougainville conflict. Blood is on everyone's hands. Over 15 to 20,000, maybe more of our brothers and sisters, as well as members of the disciplined forces, died during the dark crisis. Whilst no one is clean from the civil war, we are all children of this one land. The blood that was shed on both sides did not wash away who we are. It waters the ground. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it waters the ground where we can now choose to plant something new. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let us find the boldness to look each other in the eye and find the grace to forgive. Forgiveness is not forgetting the pain. It is refusing to let the pain own our future. It is saying, your hurt is my hurt. Your brother was my brother. Your loss diminished all of us. God provided enough resources on our lands for all of us, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but the insatiable greed of foreign entities, the same corporate greed that later ruined Oktedi, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and fled the country before taking the blame, tore us apart. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as the Minister for Police, I declare that never again must our security forces, the PNG Defence Force, or our police be used to wage a war against our own citizens. Mr. Deputy Speaker, history teaches us important lessons. At one point, our country was on the edge of complete military collapse, but we chose another way forward. By early 1997, after years of failed peace talks and unsuccessful military campaigns, the government was desperate to end the civil war and reopen the mine. Mr. Deputy Speaker, unable to get direct help from usual regional allies, the government secretly turned to the Centline International, a foreign private military company. They signed a $36 million contract to bring in hired soldiers from overseas to target rebel leaders and forcefully take the mine. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, our nation's soul resisted the dark shortcut. In February and March of 1997, the story leaked to the public, igniting a firestorm of domestic outrage and international condemnation. The turning point came through Operation Rouse Him Quick, a secret operation executed under the direction of the then Papua New Guinea Defence Force Commander, Brigadier General Jerry Singarok, to get rid of the mercenaries. Mr. Deputy Speaker, on the ground, it was a small group of allied officers who carried the immense weight of this operational standoff. Mr. Deputy Speaker, General Singarok handpicked Major Walter Enuma to command the tactical operations on the ground, serving as the operational head of Operation Rouse Him Quick. Major Enuma was instrumental in coordinating the logistics and leading the soldiers who rounded up the mercenaries. Alongside him stood Belden Nama, then a captain in the Allied Special Forces Unit. Captain Nama was one of the core officers who directly executed the operations, personally arresting Sandline International founder Tim Spicer and detaining the foreign mercenaries at their hotel and to force their deportation, Mr. Deputy Speaker. On March 17th, General Singarok went on radio to announce that the military had aborted the contract, demanding the immediate resignation of Prime Minister Sir Julius Chen, Deputy Prime Minister then, Chris Avera, and Defense Minister Matthias Ijape. What followed shook our constitutional democracy to its very foundations. Outside the parliament gates, massive public protests and civil unrest reflected a deep societal anxiety over the deployment of foreign mercenaries in the Bougainville conflict. For many citizens and the revolting soldiers, their actions were framed as a profound form of nationalism, an objection to foreign military contractors operating on Papua New Guinea soil. Mr. Deputy Speaker, inside these chambers, the House faced an unprecedented constitutional crisis where the supremacy of Parliament and the rule of law were put to their ultimate test. In a true constitutional democracy, the rule of law must remain paramount. When the military openly defied the executive government and pressed the political leadership, our national leaders refused to bow to institutional threats or back down under direct pressure from the gun. Instead, our leaders came together at that crucial moment of history to hold a nation together. I was there in Parliament then. We stood firm and subsequently voted 58-39 in favor of a motion of confidence in Prime Minister Sir Julius Chen on March 25, 1997. The members of Parliament reasserted a crucial, enduring principle. Political power and government leadership are determined by the floor of Parliament and the ballots of the people, not by the barrel of a gun. Giving in to military ultimatums would have set a dangerous, irreversible precedent for future military interventions in Papua New Guinea politics. Surrounded by protesters, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and facing a near mutiny from the army, Prime Minister Sir Julius Chen, upon Parliament's vote of confidence in his leadership, voluntarily stepped down on March 26 of 1997 to allow for a formal judicial inquiry into the Sandline contract, ensuring the mercenaries were expelled. While the state viewed the operational defiance as a revolt, subsequently arresting, court-martialing, and convicting Walter Numa, Belden Nama, and several other officers of mutiny before they were later pardoned, Mr. Deputy Speaker. History reveals that both sides, in their own ways, Mr. Deputy Speaker, acted out of a deep love for this country. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Parliament's refusal to give to institutional mutiny stands as a critical, proud milestone while Papua New Guinea's democratic institutions held firm against the threat of military coup, preserving the constitutional framework that governs us to this day. It forced our leadership to permanently abandon the military option, leading directly to the 1997 ban on ceasefires and the eventual signing of the Bougainville Peace Agreement in 2001. At this juncture, Mr. Speaker, I wish to sincerely thank our international friends, especially the government and people of New Zealand, for their tremendous efforts in bringing lasting peace for our nation. We must also acknowledge men like Singarok, Enuma, Nama, and the fine brace of soldiers under them who took that historic initiative to halt the mercenaries and stop the escalation of the Bougainville crisis. On the same token, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I take my hat off to Sir Julius and the 6th Parliament of Papua New Guinea. Should be commended as well for refusing to allow force to dictate change. On a personal note, Mr. Speaker, I remember visiting my brother Nama in prison in Bomana during weekends that I was in Port Moresby, spending time in fellowship and prayer with him, reflecting on what it truly means to defend this nation. As a father, I understand the weight of sacrifice. Initially, I did not want my own son to join the military, but then the conviction hit me. Why should other fathers' sons be placed on the front line to die for this country while my own stays safely in the background? We are all bound, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to this land by sacrifice. And it is that very sacrifice that demands we handle the future of Bougainville with the highest integrity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do not stand here today to blindly push for one side or the other. I highlight these issues plainly because I cannot make a righteous decision if we hide from the truth. As leaders, we cannot boldly claim to speak for the people of Bougainville. Only they can speak their truth. But we must have the courage to acknowledge why we are here, no matter how uncomfortable it may be. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are two powerful competing narratives before us. Both are brought out of love for people, both carry profound weight, and both deserve Mr. Deputy Speaker, I see that my time is only 5 more minutes if you allow me to complete the statement.
The Honourable Minister, I'll allow you for
Thank you.
another 3 minutes to complete your statement.
The first argument put forward is the power or strength of a united house. Sorry, I mixed up Buenos. Mr. Speaker, the first argument put forward is the power or strength of a united house. For 50 years, we have forged a singular identity from 1,000 tribes. The argument of unity states that we are fundamentally stronger together. To fracture our borders risk setting a dangerous precedent, triggering a domino effect that could weaken the very fabric of our diverse nation and fracture other resource-rich provinces. The second argument against independence focuses on economic and geopolitical realities. A modern state requires immense institutional, economic, and security architecture to survive, as we saw during the economic shockwaves of 1992. The burden of self-reliance is heavy. Can a newborn nation sustain itself without becoming vulnerable to the volatile geopolitical wrestling of foreign powers in the Pacific region? Staying within the family of Papua New Guinea ensures a shared safety net, shared resources, and collective regional strength. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the third argument put forward for unity is the spirit of reconciliation. Proponents of this view argue that Bougainville peace agreement was meant to heal us within our common home, proving that true autonomy and decentralization can satisfy the longing for self-determination without the trauma of permanent separation. Mr. Speaker, 3 main points are also being put forward for those supporting independence for Bougainville. Proponents for independence have called upon us to open our hearts to the equally profound arguments coming from the people of Bougainville. We cannot ignore the voice of the referendum, where the people spoke with undeniable clarity. Mr. Speaker, the first point put forward for independence is the sacred right of self-determination. The argument for independence is built on the democratic right of a people to choose their own destiny. They have walked through a valley of tears since the dark days of 1992, suffered immense trauma, and earned the right to chart their own course through peaceful democratic expression. To deny it, many argue it is to reopen historical wounds. A second point for independence, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is a distinct identity and mandate. For decades, the people of Bougainville have maintained a distinct sense of cultural and political identity. Lasting peace in our region cannot be built by suppressing a definitive democratic mandate, but by honoring the promises made under the eyes of international observers. And the third point, Mr. Speaker, is the hope of new beginnings. Proponents of independence believe that only through full sovereignty can Bougainville truly unlock its own potential, manage its own rich resources, and heal the historic wounds of the past on its own terms. Mr. Speaker, this is a time for internal reflection and stewardship. I listen to the arguments for unity, and my heart says, yes, we must remain one family. I also listen to the arguments for independence, and my conscience says, yes, we must respect the democratic will of a suffering people. Both arguments are equally valid, both are deeply important. This is why, as leaders, we cannot simply look for political legalisms, rush solutions, or political grandstanding. This is a time for every member of this parliament, and every citizen of our two lands to search within and to ask our Heavenly Father, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, as a Christian country, to convict our hearts as to the way forward for Bougainville and Papua New Guinea. Mr. Speaker, this internal reflection demands that we also look honestly at who stands across the table from us today. From the very beginning of this process, President Ismail Toroama has commanded my deepest respect. And it is no surprise to me that he now guides his people with such steady leadership during this historical hour. His presence reminds us that the choices we make here affect real people, real heritage, and real lands. That is why, under the Marape Rosso government, we remain fiercely committed to ensuring that landowners and our country maximize the benefits of our natural resources with absolute minimum damage to our environment. We have learned the hard way from bitter lessons of our past that wealth without stewardship is nothing but a curse.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Mr. Speaker, I only have 2 pages, but
the time you have requested for has already been left.
I requested for 5 minutes. You gave me 3 minutes.
Honourable Minister, resume your seat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We will still have a debate on this in the future. We'll ask you to seek leave to incorporate your speech in your remaining speech in the.
Mr. Speaker, as I seek leave to incorporate the rest of my speech in the answer, I appeal at this final monumental decision before it's made. We cannot rely on just the human intellect. I call upon all churches, all Christians, and all the people of Papua New Guinea, including our dearest brothers and sisters of Bougainville, to enter into a season of deep prayer before the actual parliamentary vote for or against occurs at a later date. Let us deliberately ask God to show us the way forward. My prayer today is not for a political victory, but for a divine intervention. I pray that Almighty God will grant us the peace that passes all human understanding. I pray He gives us comfort to the families who still carries the scares and the grief of the crisis. And above all, I pray that God will grant this Parliament and the leaders of Bougainville the supernatural divine wisdom to make the right decision, a decision rooted not in politics, but in soul, history, justice, righteousness, and above all, forgiveness and love. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. Mr. Acting Speaker, before I go on to present my statement on the Bougainville referendum, the Constitution, national unity, and the future of Papua New Guinea, I would seek leave of the Chair to give me extended time. Should I run out of time, as I believe what I will say today will have a bearing on how the members of Parliament will vote, and how the people of Bougainville and Papua New Guinea will see the referendum that has been presented before this Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker.
I will allow you to present your speech for the first 20 minutes, and I'll use my discretion to give you an extra time if you still have a statement to.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. My speech today is a prepared speech, Mr. Acting Speaker. The speech is on Bougainville referendum, the Constitution, national unity, and the future of Papua New Guinea. Mr. Acting Speaker, in the June sitting of Parliament, I made very strong statements. Based on Section 2 of the Constitution, which clearly spells out our absolute sovereignty and territorial sovereignty and integrity of Papua New Guinea as a country, and Part 14 of the Constitution concerning non-compliance with Section 338 and Section 342 on weapons disposal, good governance practices, and referendum. I shared my personal experiences and views on why and how Bougainville crisis started. It was not about independence, Mr. Acting Speaker. It was all about equality and justice. Many across Bougainville, including the Bougainville leadership and Papua New Guinea, did not take my statement lightly. Resentments and anger were obvious to me. But I make no apologies, Mr. Acting Speaker, for those statements I made on this floor of Parliament. Today, I stand here as a lawmaker to offer constructive views and cast my decision on one of the most confronting and consequential questions this Parliament will ever consider: the political future of Bougainville and ultimately the future of Papua New Guinea itself. Let me begin by saying something clearly and without hesitation. I love and respect our people of Bougainville. I respect their history. I respect the suffering they endured. I respect the sacrifices made by Bougainvilleans during the conflict. I respect Bougainville Peace Agreement. And I respect the right of the people of Bougainville to express their political aspirations through the constitutional process that we as a nation agreed to establish. At the same time, equally, Mr. Acting Speaker, I stand here to defend the Constitution of Papua New Guinea. And above all, I stand here to defend the unity, the sovereignty, and the territorial integrity of the independent state of Papua New Guinea. These two positions are not contradictory, Mr. Acting Speaker. They are complementary. Because the Bougainville Peace Agreement was never intended to destroy Papua New Guinea. It was intended to bring peace to Papua New Guinea. It was intended to reconcile Bougainville with Papua New Guinea. It was intended to establish a constitutional pathway through which the difficult question of Bougainville's political future could be addressed peacefully, democratically, and constitutionally. That is where we are today, Mr. Acting Speaker. Let us remember why the peace agreement exists. Mr. Acting Speaker, we must never forget the history behind this debate. The Bougainville conflict was one of the darkest chapters in our nation's history. Families lost fathers, mothers, brothers, and sisters. Communities were destroyed. Infrastructures were destroyed. Trust between Bougainville and the national government was destroyed. That is why Bougainville Peace Agreement of 2001 was so important. The agreement created three fundamental pillars: autonomy, weapons disposal, and a referendum on the political future of Bougainville. The agreement was also subsequently incorporated into the Constitution of Papua New Guinea through Part 14. This is extremely important, Mr. Acting Speaker. The peace agreement did not remain merely a political promise. It became a part of the constitutional architecture of our country. Therefore, nobody in this Parliament should treat the peace agreement lightly. But equally, nobody should take one component of that agreement and separate it from the constitutional framework into which the entire agreement was incorporated. We must read the peace agreement through together with the Constitution. We must read the referendum together with sections 338, 339, 340, 341, and 342. And we must read all of these provisions together with the foundational principles of our Constitution. The referendum result must be respected, but it must also be understood correctly, Mr. Acting Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me deal directly with the 2019 referendum. I do not intend to rewrite history. I do not intend to pretend that the referendum result was insignificant. It was significant. It was overwhelmingly significant, but we must also admit that the referendum was conducted in haste because the window of opportunity for the referendum to be held was closing in that same year in 2019. We must commend the exemplary leadership of our Prime Minister, the Honorable Chief James Marape, for his leadership. We must commend the Minister for Bougainville Affairs, Minister Manasseh Makipa. They have displayed exemplary leadership in this pathway that we are here today. Mr. Acting Speaker, without much education and preparation, Bougainvilleans were compelled to choose between independence and greater autonomy. They expressed their desire for independence over greater autonomy. Greater autonomy was never the agenda for the Bougainville leadership. This was evident in their lack of attention to the findings of the review reports of the autonomy arrangement since 2005. Nevertheless, of the 181,067 ballots casted, 176,928 were for independence, 3,043 were for greater autonomy, 1,096 were informal votes. Mr. Acting Speaker, this is approximately 97.7% of the votes casted for independence. The turnout was approximately 87% of those on the roll. The referendum was peaceful, and independent observers found it credible. I find it utterly incredible because the level of violence, atrocities I witnessed in Bougainville, committed amongst Bougainvilleans themselves, were far more incomprehensible. Some wounds are so deep and irreconcilable, and yet they came together in the referendum. This is truly remarkable, Mr. Acting Speaker. I acknowledge those facts, Mr. Speaker. It is what it is. I could be wrong. At the same time, Mr. Acting Speaker, there is a very important constitutional distinction that this Parliament must now make. A referendum result is not the same thing as the constitutional decision that must follow the referendum. The people of Bougainville expressed their preference. They did not themselves exercise the constitutional power of this Parliament. That must be understood. They did not amend the Constitution through the ballot box. That must also be understood. They could not repeal Section 2 of the Constitution, Mr. Acting Speaker. They could not dissolve the sovereignty of Papua New Guinea. And they could not, by themselves, create another sovereign state within the territorial boundary of Papua New Guinea. This is precisely why the constitutional process did not end on the 11th of December 2019 when the referendum was conducted, Mr. Acting Speaker. It continued. Consultations were required. Negotiations were required. Joint consultation process was required. Joint consultation report was required. And ultimately, the matter comes before the National Parliament of Papua New Guinea. It is therefore contingent on the Parliament's decision. That is not an insult to Bougainville. That is the constitutional settlement that both sides agreed from the beginning. The 97.7% result does not mean 97.7% of all Bougainvilleans voted for independence. Mr. Speaker, I will qualify my statement. I also believe we must be precise with our language. We frequently hear that statement, 97.7% of Bougainvilleans voted for independence. That is not technically correct, Mr. Acting Speaker. The correct statement is that approximately 97.7% of valid votes casted were for independence. The population of Bougainville is around 360,000 people. The official roll contained approximately 207,213 voters. 181,067 ballots were casted. Approximately 26,146 enrolled voters did not vote. Therefore, the independence vote represented approximately 87% of those on the referendum roll, not 97.7% of every eligible voter. That must be understood correctly, Mr. Acting Speaker. That distinction does not diminish the result, but it places the result in its proper democratic context. We must not diminish the people who voted. but neither should we exaggerate the result beyond what the actual numbers establish. Furthermore, it is also crucial to understand the age contribution of the eligible voters, Mr. Acting Speaker. More than 120,000 of the eligible voters are ages between 18 and 44. These are voters who were babies when the crisis started, or were born during the crisis, and before the peace agreement was signed in 2001. They represented over 37% of more than half of the eligible voter population. This group of voters knew nothing about the crisis or why the crisis happened. They came to learn about the crisis later as grown adults. For them, independence was an easier choice than greater autonomy. This is a very important observation this Parliament must pay careful attention to, because it explains why we see a high turnout of votes casted in favor of independence. As the referendum was held in 2001 itself, the result would be very different, because the choice would have been made by Bougainvilleans who were directly impacted by the crisis from the beginning. Having said that, Mr. Acting Speaker, the referendum results before us today still does not tell us that every Bougainvillean wants independence. It does not tell us that every Bougainville community has the same political view. It certainly does not answer the constitutional question of whether Papua New Guinea should cease to exercise sovereignty over Bougainville. That question belongs to the constitutional process, and that is why we are in the Parliament today. Section 342 is not a rubber stamp, Mr. Acting Speaker. This is where I fundamentally disagree with any interpretation that suggests that Parliament's role is simply to rubber stamp the referendum result. Section 342 exists for a reason. The Constitution did not say that the referendum result automatically becomes law. It established consultation between the national government and the autonomous Bougainville government. And following those consultations, Mr. Acting Speaker, the matter comes to this Parliament. The constitutional responsibility, therefore, rests with us in this Parliament. We are not here merely to announce what somebody else has already decided. We are here to exercise our constitutional responsibility, Mr. Acting Speaker. Section 2 of the Constitution must be the constitutional anchor. Let me repeat that again. Section 2 of our national Constitution must be the constitutional anchor. Mr. Acting Speaker, this brings me to the most important constitutional principle in this debate. Section 2 of our Constitution. Section 2 provides that the sovereignty of Papua New Guinea over its territory and over its natural resources shall remain absolute. That provision is not decorative. It is not optional. It is not a political slogan. Section 2 of our Constitution is a prohibition. Let me repeat that again, Mr. Acting Speaker. Section 2 of our Constitution, of our national Constitution, is a prohibition. It prohibits any part of Papua New Guinea from becoming independent. This is part of the most fundamental constitution of the independent state of Papua New Guinea. And every member of this Parliament, including members of Parliament representing our people of Bougainville, takes an oath to uphold that constitution. Therefore, I cannot support any political pathway that treats the dismemberment of Papua New Guinea as though it were an automatic administrative consequence of the referendum. I cannot support the proposition that a referendum conducted under Part 14 automatically overrides Section 2 of the Constitution. I cannot support the argument that Parliament has no meaningful constitutional choice. Parliament must decide within the Constitution. This is my position. That is my position, and that is the position of the people of Vanimo Green River electorate and Greater Papua New Guinea Party that I lead. And that position is not anti-Bougainville. It is pro-Constitution. It is pro-Papua New Guinea, Mr. Acting Speaker. The question before us is bigger than Bougainville. I asked this Parliament to think beyond today's political argument, because the precedent we establish here will remain long after all of us have left this chamber. If we say that one part of Papua New Guinea can become a separate sovereign state through a political process that ultimately overrides the foundational constitutional principle of national sovereignty, then we must ask, what constitutional principle governs the next demand for separation? What happens when another region says, we are different? What happens when another province says, we have our own resources? We want our own government. We cannot build a stable nation by creating constitutional uncertainty. We must instead strengthen the constitutional structure that allows unity within diversity. The answer is not centralization, Mr. Acting Speaker. I believe the answer lies in the decentralization. But let me make another point here very clearly, Mr. Acting Speaker. Defending the unity of Papua New Guinea does not mean defending excessive centralization in Port Moresby or Waigani. In fact, I believe one of the reasons Bougainvilleans became deeply dissatisfied with the national government system is because too much of political, financial, and administrative power has historically been concentrated at the center, Waigani. For far too long, Papua New Guineans have traveled to Port Moresby to ask for what should have been decided closer to their communities. For far too long, provinces have waited for decisions from Waigani. For far too long, development has been determined by the central government rather than driven by the people. If we want to preserve Papua New Guinea, then we must reform Papua New Guinea. Unity cannot simply mean keeping borders together. Unity must mean giving our people a genuine stake in the country. Let us build a decentralized Papua New Guinea. Mr. Acting Speaker, I therefore propose this Parliament should begin thinking beyond this traditional model of central government. We should build a stronger system of decentralization. We should give provinces greater autonomy over their economic development, infrastructure development, tourism, agriculture, fisheries, forestry, mining, oil and gas, land administration, local taxation and revenue generation, health and education delivery, cultural development, provincial investment, and management of their local economic resources.
Honorable Minister, I interrupt you. Your 20 minutes have left. As you have asked the chair to give you an extra time, I give you extra 5 minutes.
Mr. Acting Speaker, would you allow me 10 minutes, please? I think it's important. The concluding part is so important.
Honorable Minister, you continue your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. I believe we should strengthen provincial governments. We should strengthen local level governments. We should strengthen cities and districts. And we should ensure that a greater proportion of the wealth generated in each province remains available for development in that province. This is not separation. This is decentralization. This is not fragmentation. This is empowerment. This is not the destruction of the state. This is the strengthening of the state from the bottom up. Bougainville can be the model without leaving Papua New Guinea, Mr. Acting Speaker. This is where I believe we can offer Bougainville something much more meaningful than simply saying no to independence. Let us ask a question instead of asking. Let us ask a different question instead of asking, how do we stop Bougainville from leaving? We should ask a question, how do we make remaining within Papua New Guinea so meaningful that Bougainvilleans can exercise genuine self-government while remaining part of our national family? This is the challenge, and that is where autonomy becomes more important, Mr. Acting Speaker. The peace agreement and the Constitution already provides the foundation. Let's ride on that foundation. The Melanesian framework provides another opportunity to develop that relationship. The national government's recent commitment to progress greater fiscal responsibility and the transfer of revenues generated within Bougainville demonstrate there is a room to go much more further. Give Bougainville real autonomy, not symbolic autonomy. Mr. Acting Speaker, if we vote no to Bougainville's independence, expect Bougainvilleans to reconsider independence, then we must be prepared to offer them something more substantial, not rhetoric, not promises, not another community, not another commitment, not another consultation that produces another report. We need real autonomy for our people, real physical powers, real administrative powers, real control over development, real authority over services, real participation in the management of their natural resources, real authority over economic development, and a fair and transparent financial relationship between national government and the autonomous Bougainville government. If Bougainville is to remain within Papua New Guinea, then Bougainville must have a political and economic relationship with a national government that is significantly more empowering than the status quo. That is the lesson we should learn from the referendum. The referendum should not simply tell us that Bougainville wants independence. It should tell us something in the relationship between Bougainville and the rest of Papua New Guinea must change. The Melanesian framework should not become a roadmap only to separation. Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge the work undertaken by our Prime Minister, the Honorable Chief James Marape, Minister for Bougainville Affairs, the Honorable Manasseh Makipa, President Torowama, Vice President Ezekiel Maset, and the technical teams in developing the Melanesian framework. The framework is so important because it demonstrates something more fundamental. Melanesian problems can be addressed through Melanesian dialogue and the Melanesian way. We should preserve that achievement, but I respectfully submit that the framework should not be viewed merely as an administrative mechanism for transforming Bougainville into independence, but rather it should be used as a framework for developing a new model for Melanesian governance within Papua New Guinea, a model based on unity without uniformity, autonomy without separation, diversity within division, development without exploitation, and self-government without destruction of the national sovereignty. This is Melanesian solution I believe this Parliament should pursue. To President Torowama and the people of Bougainville, I want to speak directly to President Torowama and Vice President Ezekiel Maset and the ABG leadership, the Bougainville members of this Parliament, and more importantly, the people of Bougainville. I hear you. I recognize your referendum. I recognize your history. I recognize your pain, and I recognize your aspirations. At the same time, I also ask you to hear us. Papua New Guinea is not your enemy. Papua New Guinea is your family. We have made mistakes. The national government has made mistakes. Successive governments have failed to implement some commitment as quickly and fully as they should have. We must acknowledge that. But the answer to the failures of governments is not necessarily the destruction of our nation. The answer can be to reform the nation, to decentralize the nation, to give Bougainville more powers, to give every province more power to make the constitutional promise of participation, equality, and decentralization a reality. To my colleagues in this House, I also appeal to members of this Parliament, let us not turn this debate into a contest between pro-Bougainville and anti-Bougainville. That would be a dangerous thing to do. Let us not call people who defended PNG's territorial integrity anti-Bougainville. And let us not call people who advocate greater autonomy separatists. We can disagree without becoming enemies. We can debate without insulting. We can defend national unity while acknowledging legitimate grievances. And we can respect the referendum while exercising the constitutional responsibility that comes to us under Section 342.
Honorable
Mr.
Minister,
Acting Speaker, I have...
Honorable Minister, I interrupt you. I've given you an extra 5 minutes, and since then you still have a statement to make. I'll allow you to make a summary to your...
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. I'm about to finish. Mr. Acting Speaker, we must not create another generation of grievances. Mr. Speaker, the greatest danger before us is not that Parliament votes one way or another. The greatest danger is that whatever decision Parliament makes creates another generation of grievances. If Parliament rejects independence without offering a credible alternative, Bougainvilleans may feel betrayed. If Parliament approves independence without fully addressing the constitutional implications of Section 2 and the integrity of the independent state of Papua New Guinea, the rest of Papua New Guinea may feel betrayed. Either way, either extreme carries risks. Therefore, I believe our responsibility is to find a constitutional middle ground, a settlement that protects the sovereignty of Papua New Guinea while delivering the deepest and most meaningful autonomy possible for Bougainville. And beyond Bougainville, a settlement that reforms the relationship between Waigani and every province in this country. My position on the referendum, Mr. Acting Speaker, and I'm about to conclude, is this. Let me therefore put my position on the record. I do not dismiss the 2019 referendum. I do not dismiss its overwhelming result. I do not disrespect the people who voted, but I do reject the proposition that the referendum by itself created independent Bougainville. And it did not. The constitutional process did not end with a referendum. It continued into consultation. It continued into negotiation. It continued into the joint consultation report. It continued into the Melanesian framework. And now it comes to this Parliament for the final decision. Therefore, the referendum should be treated as a powerful expression of political preference and aspiration, not as an automatic constitutional instrument of succession. That is the distinction we must preserve. At the same time, Mr. Acting Speaker, we must also acknowledge that once this Parliament decides on the referendum result, some sections of the peace agreement and Part 14 of the Constitution automatically ceases to have legal effect. Let me repeat it again. At the same time, we must also acknowledge that once this Parliament decides on the referendum results, some sections of the peace agreement and Part 14 of the Constitution automatically ceases to have legal effect. This includes sections 338 and 342. But the political aspiration and desire for independence remains and must be addressed through a new settlement pathway. My position on independence, Mr. Acting Speaker, I will be very equally clear. I do not support the independence for Bougainville from Papua New Guinea. I support Bougainville. I support Bougainvillean dignity. I support greater autonomy. I support greater physical powers. And I support greater control of Bougainville's economic resources for the benefit of Bougainville. But I do not support the fragmentation of the independent state of Papua New Guinea. My position is therefore, yes to a stronger Bougainville within a stronger Papua New Guinea. The future should be a decentralized Papua New Guinea. Mr. Acting Speaker, I want to go even further. Let Bougainville become the catalyst for a national decentralization settlement. Let us create a Papua New Guinea where Bougainville has greater autonomy. East New Britain has greater autonomy. West New Britain has greater autonomy. Western Province has greater authority over its resources. New Ireland has greater autonomy. Morobe Province, Medang Province, East Sepik Province, West Sepik Province, Enga, Milimbe, Gulf Province, Southern Islands, Hela, and Western Islands Province all must have greater autonomy and greater control over their development priorities, Mr. Acting Speaker. That, I believe, is the solution. Future of Papua New Guinea should be dependent on the decentralized Papua New Guinea. And every province is given the institutional and physical capacity to govern effectively. That is how we keep Papua New Guinea together, not by concentrating power in Waigani or Port Moresby, but by distributing power throughout Papua New Guinea. Unity does not require uniformity, Mr. Acting Speaker. Our country was never created because every Papua New Guinean was the same. We are an ancient people with thousands of distinct independent tribes and communities. In September 16, 1975, these independent tribes and communities ended when we collectively called ourselves the independent state of Papua New Guinea. Bougainville is part of that collective consciousness to this day. We are essentially not the same. We have more than 850 plus different languages. We have different cultures, different histories, different customs, different geographic realities, different economic opportunities. Our strength is not uniformity. Our strength is diversity. Therefore, our constitutional model should reflect our diversity. One Papua New Guinea can contain many strong autonomous communities and provinces. That is the Papua New Guinea I believe we should build over the next 50 years and beyond. A call for a new national settlement, Mr. Acting Speaker, and I'm about to finish. I therefore call upon the national government and autonomous Bougainville government to use this moment to negotiate not simply the immediate consequences of the referendum, but a long-term settlement. That settlement should include a comprehensive implementation of Bougainville's existing constitutional autonomy, accelerated transfer of agreed powers and functions, and a transparent fiscal arrangement that allows Bougainville to retain and manage a greater portion of revenues generated within Bougainville. Greater participation by Bougainville in the management and development of its natural resources. A strengthened intergovernmental mechanism between Waigani and Buka. Guarantees for Bougainville's cultural and political identity. A national decentralization program extending beyond Bougainville to every province in our country. And a commitment that national constitutional reform will strengthen and not weaken the unity and the sovereignty of Papua New Guinea. Let us not waste the peace agreement. Mr. Acting Speaker, 25 years ago, our leaders made a decision. They chose peace, they chose dialogue, they chose compromise, they chose constitutionalism, and they chose to stop killing one another. We must not allow political disagreement today to undo that achievement. The greatest legacy we can give our people who died during the Bougainville conflict is not another argument. It is peace, it is reconciliation, it is prosperity, it is dignity, it is autonomy, and it is a Papua New Guinea in which every citizen feels that this country belongs to them. In conclusion, Mr. Acting Speaker, we are approaching a historic decision. The referendum result is now before this Parliament. The responsibility now rests with all of us seated here in this chamber. Let us learn from the experiences of the United States of America, a country fought through bloody civil wars, ethnic and racial segregation, just to remain one united country. Today, the United States of America is made up of 51 highly autonomous states, and together they make up the most powerful country on planet Earth. Think about it for a moment. They are stronger together now than before. I choose unity. I choose a stronger Papua New Guinea. I choose to uphold Section 2 of the Constitution of the Independent State of Papua New Guinea. Let history record that when Parliament faced one of the greatest constitutional decisions in its history, this Parliament did not choose fear. We chose wisdom. We did not choose division. We chose unity. We embraced Bougainville as part of Papua New Guinean family. We did not reject Bougainville, and we did not abandon the peace agreement, but rather we fulfilled its promises through peace, dialogue, autonomy, reconciliation, and constitutional democracy. Let the peace and wisdom of God prevail over this parliament. My people of Bougainville and Papua New Guinea, we are one nation, one country, one people. We are Papua New Guinea. To God be the glory. Praise, we give all praise, glory and honor to our God the Almighty, the Creator. Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker.
The Chair will recognize the Governor for Southern Highlands. Honorable Governor, before you speak, I'd like to inform the Parliament, as you all speak in your speeches defending the Constitution, the Speaker is here to defend the standing order of Parliament. And I'd like to inform the House that every time a Speaker say that your time is lapsed, and this manner of requesting for me for extension and using my discretion is like I'm degrading the standing order power that is to be implemented in the Parliament. And that I will set the precedence that in another time to come, members will use the same precedence to ask the Chair to extend time at his own time. So I would like to inform the House that I will not use this anymore to give an extended time when it's time appear. Like I said, you all here to defend the Constitution, and I sit in the chair to defend the standing order. So I will be a bit strict on the standing orders. So if you make your speech, you try to limit your speeches in writing so that we get you on time. And that's all I can inform the House. Honorable Governor for Southern Highlands, I hope you will get me for 20 minutes. Point of order, Mr. Speaker. We have a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, just quickly, the leaders of the opposition have left in protest because they were made to believe that this morning we would be simply endorsing the statement by the Honourable Makiba, as advised by us, by the Leader of Government Business, and we came prepared to do that, Mr. Speaker. And now you are allowing members of government to give speeches and contribute to debate. So if you can consider adjourning, and then we can all come back and contribute to debate, and then allow the voting for another sitting of Parliament. But that's just from the opposition, Mr. Speaker.
Opposition Leader, would you respect your point of order is in order? As I've made a statement earlier that there will be a continuing debate on this statement by the Minister. Since then, some members are still showing indication of making their speech today that I allowed for, and I will allow the Governor for Southern Islands to make his speech as I've already recognized, and then maybe the Chair will recognize the Prime Minister to make a speech, and we can adjourn for today to the next sitting. Honorable Governor.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. Even if you have ruled that I preserve my statement, I'm prepared to do that. But since you have recognized me, let me take this time to inform Parliament that this matter was brought to the Southern Highlands Provincial Assembly, and we have discussed this matter in some detail. I have 22 LLGs whose presidents are represented at the
Honorable Governor, sorry for interrupting. May I ask you to move the mic to where you are standing? So,
can you hear me? Thank you. Mr. Acting Speaker, I rise to contribute to this debate on the Bougainville report, and at the outset, acknowledge the Chairman and members of the Bipartisan Parliamentary Committee for the extensive consultations undertaken throughout Papua New Guinea and Bougainville. I also acknowledge the Minister responsible for Bougainville Affairs, the national government, and the autonomous Bougainville government, and all stakeholders who have contributed to this important national dialogue.
Mr. Acting Speaker, this is not simply a political matter. It is one of the most important constitutional, historic, and nation-building questions we have faced since independence. The decision before this Parliament will affect not only Bougainville, but the future of Papua New Guinea, our national unity, and the relationship between our people for generations to come. Mr. Acting Speaker, we must therefore approach this debate with wisdom, courage, and respect for the Constitution while protecting peace that was achieved through this great sacrifice. Referendum and the Constitution, Mr. Acting Speaker. There is no dispute that the Bougainville referendum was conducted peacefully and successfully under the Bougainville Peace Agreement and the Constitution of Papua New Guinea. The people of Bougainville overwhelmingly expressed their preference for independence. Mr. Acting Speaker, we must respect that result. But we must also respect our Constitution. The referendum results, Mr. Acting Speaker, by itself constitute an automatic. The referendum results does not, by itself, constitute an automatic declaration of independence. The Bougainville Peace Agreement provides for consultation between the national government and the autonomous Bougainville government, with the outcome ultimately coming before this Parliament. Therefore, Parliament cannot simply endorse or reject the referendum results without careful considerations, Mr. Acting Speaker. Our responsibility is to find a lawful, peaceful, and sustainable political settlement that respects the aspirations of Bougainville while protecting the interest and stability of Papua New Guinea. Mr. Acting Speaker, we must also remember that the Bougainville Peace Agreement was built on three interconnected pillars that form part of the Bougainville Peace Agreement: autonomy, weapons disposal, and third one, the referendum. The referendum was part of a much broader peace process. So in the nutshell, Mr. Acting Speaker, from the way I understand, the conduct and results of the referendum completes the peace agreement process between the autonomous government of Bougainville and Papua New Guinea. So we must give credit and acknowledge this. We have achieved what the Bougainville Peace Agreement has agreed to. Although there may be instances of issues in the autonomy, in the weapons disposal, and the referendum results, but we have successfully completed the peace agreement between the people of Bougainville and Papua New Guinea, between the governments of the autonomous region of Bougainville and the government of the independent state of Papua New Guinea. We must therefore consider the implementation of the agreement as a whole, including governance capacity, fiscal sustainability, service delivery, institutional readiness, security, weapons disposal, natural resource management, and the transfer of powers. This is not about delaying the process. It is about ensuring that whatever decision Parliament makes is sustainable, constitutional, and capable of preserving the peace. Looking beyond independence or no independence, Mr. Acting Speaker, I believe we must broaden this debate. We should not allow ourselves to believe that there are only two choices: complete independence or a status quo. Mr. Acting Speaker, around the world, different political communities have developed different constitutional relationships based on their history, geography, culture, and national interest. The important lesson there is that political settlements do not have to follow one rigid model, Mr. Acting Speaker. The question we should ask is, Can Papua New Guinea and Bougainville negotiate a new political relationship that gives Bougainville meaningful self-government while preserving peace, cooperation, and mutually beneficial relationship with Papua New Guinea, coexist, but does not undermine sovereignty? One example, there are different examples in the Pacific, like see if we can look at the Cook Islands. One Pacific example worth considering is the relationship between the Cook Islands and New Zealand. The Cook Islands has been self-governing in free association with New Zealand since 1965. It has its own constitution, government, and authority over its internal affairs while maintaining a special relationship with New Zealand based on consultation, cooperation, and mutual interest. But lesson is not that Bougainville should simply copy Cook Islands' model, Mr. Acting Speaker. Our history is different. Rather, the lesson is that two political entities can develop a unique constitutional relationship that respects self-government while maintaining cooperation in areas of shared interest. Mr. Acting Speaker, the Southern Highlands Provincial Assembly is not proposing, has considered some of this, is not proposing, rather, I beg your pardon, Mr. Acting Speaker, the Southern Highlands Provincial Assembly is not proposing that PNG adopt a foreign model. We are proposing that Parliament have the courage to explore our own model. One option we have proposed, a negotiated PNG-Bougainville settlement could consider enhanced political autonomy, stronger fiscal and revenue arrangements, greater control over internal administration and services, clearly defined powers between the two governments, cooperation on security and defense, agreed arrangements, give Bougainville meaningful political dignity and self-government while protecting peace, stability, and the national interest of Papua New Guinea is maintained. Mr. Acting Speaker, our way as Melanesian has always been based on dialogue, consensus, respect, and reconciliation. It is not a way of confrontation. It is a way of sitting together, listening to each other, and finding a way forward. Where a political outcome eventually emerges, PNG and Bougainville will remain neighbors, Pacific peoples, and connected communities. We therefore need a settlement based on respect, not confrontation, consultation, not imposition, partnership, not division, constitutionalism, not political expediency. Mr. Acting Speaker, the Southern Highlands Provincial Assembly, comprising elected officials and presidents of the local level government, has carefully considered the question before this Parliament. Our position does not diminish the aspirations of the people of Bougainville, nor does it seek to prejudice the constitutional decision of this Parliament. Our position is that Parliament must act with wisdom, constitutional responsibility, and long-term vision. We must honor the referendum. We must, at the same time, uphold the Constitution. Mr. Acting Speaker, we must respect the people of Bougainville, and we must protect peace and the national interest of Papua New Guinea. Before a final settlement is implemented, there must also be clarity on the future arrangements for governance, finance, security, citizenship, labor, mobility, public service, and natural resources. Where genuine consultation questions remain, Parliament should seek appropriate constitutional clarification so that the next stage proceeds on the basis of certainty and legality. Mr. Acting Speaker, the Bougainville Peace Agreement ended one of most painful chapters in our national history. We must not allow the next chapter to reopen old wounds. The people of Bougainville have spoken, the Constitution has provided the process, and this Parliament now carries the responsibility to bring these two realities together. Therefore, Mr. Acting Speaker, let us look beyond the narrow question of independence or no independence. Let us ask the bigger question: can Papua New Guinea and Bougainville negotiate a political settlement that gives Bougainville the dignity, authority, and self-government it seeks, while allowing both sides to remain partners in peace, security, economic development, and in so far as the sovereignty issues are concerned, as one people, one country, and one nation. Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. These are some of the issues that have been raised at my provincial assembly, and I have put them into presentation so that Parliament take notes of what we have discussed in so far as this issue on the Bougainville referendum result is concerned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker, for your patience and your chairmanship over this important session. Indeed, very historic session, and I do acknowledge all speakers who have spoken before me. I want to acknowledge the leadership of the Bougainville Autonomous Government, President Ismail Torama, as well as our Vice President Massad, and the delegation who've come in from Bougainville, who are with us in this important occasion. The opposition leader who's also spoken, and all leaders, and I register my acknowledgement of all speeches. Mr. Acting Speaker, today is 27th of August. We just stepped out of the Repentance Day yesterday. And firstly and foremost, I want to offer, on behalf of the 21 provinces of Papua New Guinea, to the autonomous region of Bougainville, to every sons and daughters, to every man and woman, to every person on Bougainville, from the leadership down to all citizens of our country in Bougainville. If we had offended you in any way, form, or shape, the last 50 years we have been independent, or going 51 now, we want to say sorry. The crisis happened in 1988. It was a law and order issue. The Prime Minister then of the day sent police to deal with law and order issue. The level of lawlessness required military interventions, and a call out on military was made, utilizing provisions of our constitution that allows for police and military joint operation. But we now have a blemish, a dark spot in our history from 1988 up till 1998. I want to register my appreciation to the leadership of our country, the 7 prime ministers before me, from 1988 to 2001, all 7 of them had a handle in these Bougainville peace processes or the crisis. I want to register in a special way my acknowledgement on the late Bill Skate. In 1998, he was a substantial mover of peace, actually being the first prime minister to step into Bougainville physically and also started the process. I want to also acknowledge Sir Julius Chain. It was not easy handling these processes. He may have meant well, but in the face of one of our darkest moments in our nation's history, in the Sunline crisis, it happened. Bougainville, each citizens of Bougainville today must know, in the Sunline crisis, whilst the executive government wanted to procure settlement of the crisis through the involvement of foreign mercenaries, it was PNG Defence Force soldiers who stood in the way of Sandline going into Bougainville. This is something that is also must be told in these sort of moments. It was PNG Defence Force soldiers who stood in front of bullets from what could have been foreign mercenaries to not to go into Bougainville. That's why when leaders like the Honorable Belenama speaks, He speaks with qualification. He went to jail. Most of us have not gone to jail. He went to jail because he stood in the way of the government of the day's instruction and said no to sandline. This is a reflection that whilst the crisis happened, on this side as well as that side, there were mutual respect, love, and forbearance for each other. If it weren't for love, then the Namas and the 3 or 4 others and those soldiers who participated in the revolt against government would not have stood in the way and would have allowed for the involvement of foreign mercenary to go into Bougainville. And so I want to say from the outset, we've come a lot. August is a special month. Apart from the Independence Day yesterday, it was on August 30th in 2001 when the peace agreement was finally inked under Prime Ministership of Mekere, the late Mekere, under the tutelage and work and leading of great men in our country, like the greatest in Sir Michael Thomas Somare, Sir Joseph Kabui, and many more who said peace over continued fight. And so they sat at the peace table, and final construct of the peace agreement was signed on August 30th, 2001. August is also a special month. August 15th, 1975. Just a month before our political independence, the Constituent Assembly bettered our country's constitution that defined, as other leaders before me have eloquently put, defined the sovereign boundaries we have today under Section 2 of our Constitution. So it is no accident that in August 27th, we bring in the result. The month of August rhymes very well. And I want to commend the Minister for Bougainville Affairs. I want to sincerely appreciate, even at the peril of his own health, he said, let me shoulder this work and let me complete this work. And so to the people of Como, who have allowed him to be their member, he spent more time here in the national duties because this is, in my view, ranks the #1 task of this parliament, to making sure that the peace agreement is processed to its finality. And so a great commendation to Minister for Bougainville Affairs, the Honorable Manasseh Makiba, a commendation on your leadership for finally bringing this referendum result to be lodged into our nation's parliament. But it will be remiss of me not to thank other ministers before him. One of them, our own senior sitting amongst us, Minister then Sepu Katemu, and others who served in this important portfolio of Bougainville Ministry. It is never easy to speak and understand from Bougainville's perspective, as well as maintaining the sanctity of our national union and from the rest of our country's perspective. So commendations to all ministers who have served before. But also, peace agreement is a mutual agreement and process. I want to thank in a special way our seniors like the Honorable Ezekiel Massat, very consistent, constant in the peace process from 2001 up till today, and many of the Bougainville leaders who are at present still part of the process, and others who joined along the way. It will be remiss of me not to also mention President Ismail Taroma. He was not president when the referendum was held. It was President Momis, but he was amongst the key signatories in 2001. So he's got very fresh memory, not just of the crisis period, but fresh memory of the peace agreement itself, the spirit of it, the intent of it, and the construct of Part 14 of our Constitution, and the last 25 years we have been presiding over this matter. The 50 years of our nation's history has this indelible imprint, the Bougainville issue. It predates even 1975, September 16th. And for the records, I affirm that UDI unilateral declaration of independence was made on September 1, 1975. It's a reference point that this issue in Bougainville is deep and far bigger than just the crisis period, an issue that has been recurring over many times, and I could not have said it better in as far as historical perspective is concerned. Mr. Speaker, I think Chairman of the Parliamentary Committee has done a wonderful job. The Honorable Dr. Alan Marad has captured the pre-1975 history of Bougainville and PNG and our own space here in this part of the world, and is also equally placed at the feet of those who have been responsible for the construct of what we have today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister has now tabled the results of the 2019 Bougainville referendum, together with the joint consultation report. The Melanesian framework developed through extensive consultations between the national government and the autonomous Bougainville government. And I did acknowledge the work of those leaders on both sides. I want to also acknowledge United Nations, who have been constant and being the center point in making sure independent facilitators are always involved in every step of the process, from 2001 up till today, the 2019 referendum, and from the referendum period right up to where we are today. This process has demanded patience, dialogue, compromise, and above all, an unwavering commitment to the Bougainville Peace Agreement and our nation's constitution. Mr. Acting Speaker, the 2019 referendum was a key commitment under the Bougainville Peace Agreement and our constitution. The people of Bougainville participated peacefully and expressed their views overwhelmingly. The decision is now formally before this Parliament, and we must respect the process that has brought this decision into our Parliament, the fact that it is now lodged into our nation's Parliament. Section 342 of our Constitution provides a pathway for Parliament to consider the referendum result. But the outcome is not self-executing. It is this Parliament that must determine the way forward. Mr. Acting Speaker, today's tabling is therefore an important milestone, but it is not the conclusion of the parliamentary process. Parliament now has the opportunity to carefully examine the referendum result, the joint consultation report, the Melanesian framework, and to debate their contents and implications before making its decision at the future sitting. We will come back at a future sitting, possibly October, subject to the consultation and exchange between the two governments, the national government and the autonomous government. And we are proposing October, in the sitting in October, we possibly will give a dedicated time, 1 or 2 days, for all leaders, all governors to speak at length, and for Parliament to make its decision consistent with Section 342, subsection 2. The government welcomes this scrutiny. Mr. Acting Speaker, the joint consultation report records the work undertaken by both the national government and the autonomous Bougainville government since the referendum. The Melanesian framework is an important product of those consultations. It provides a practical basis for considering the arrangements that may follow Parliament's eventual decision. I want to ask all leaders, pick a report and read. Someone else telling you may be far from the truth. Read through the Melanesian agreement. Read through the joint consultation report. Take it back to your assembly. Take it back to your DDAs. Process this. This is a serious matter. The Melanesian framework is an important product of these consultations. It provides the practical basis for considering, as I repeat, the arrangements that may follow after the eventual decision. Right now, the decision the decision date will come when we all take a vote, and each of us cannot preempt the outcome of the decisions. Together, these documents provide members of Parliament with the information needed to make very informed decisions. Mr. Acting Speaker, there remain important constitutional, legal, political, economic, and administrative issues that requires careful examination and thoughtful debate. Our objective must be to find a pathway that respects the referendum results, but equally complies with the Constitution, honors the Bougainville Peace Agreement, and safeguards the long-term interests of both Bougainville and Papua New Guinea. Mr. Acting Speaker, the government does not seek to preempt the deliberations of this Parliament. It is the parliamentary process, the government's job consistent with requirements of our Constitution, we've now ushered in. And I want to thank the Speaker of our nation's Parliament, the Honourable Joe Pomat, yourself, and every member of Parliament to issuing a sessional order, or accepting a sessional order provision, and the result is now ushered in for our deliberation. Every member should have the opportunity to study these documents, seek clarification where necessary, consult with their constituents, and form their own judgment. When Parliament is eventually called upon to vote, each member must exercise their responsibility according to their conscience, their understanding of the Constitution, and the national interests and Bougainville interests. No member should be rushed into making such an important decision. That's why we're giving time as we introduce this. We're allowing for time for all members to peruse all documents, research matters of facts, and see your country from a lens of Bougainville, and Bougainvilleans see the country from the lens of the rest of the country, and whatever the decision is made, we will then take it on from there. This is a matter of profound national significance. This has careful, informed, and respectful consideration. We must also remember the history that has brought us to this point. The Bougainville conflict remains one of the most painful chapters in our nation's short history. 50 years we have been independent. The first 25 years we lived through with it. 14 of them, or 16 of them, we lived with the Bougainville crisis. The second half of the 50 years, since 2001, we have been deliberating and dealing with this Bougainville issue up till today. And so we have history behind us to remind us on how we must deal with this matter. Lives were lost, families were separated, communities endured immense hardship, especially in Bougainville. That's why I started off with seeking them our forgiveness or their forgiveness as we work together into the future. The Bougainville Peace Agreement created a pathway from conflict to reconciliation. The referendum was conducted peacefully, and the consultations that followed have demonstrated that even the most difficult political questions can be addressed through dialogue rather than conflict. We must protect that achievement. The United Nations states that the Bougainville Peace Agreement is one of the best peace agreements ever on the face of planet Earth that is ravaged with conflict to this day. Whatever our individual views may be, this Parliament debate must be conducted with dignity, respect, and maturity. This is not simply a constitutional or political issue. It concerns the lives, hopes, and futures of our people, especially those whose life have been shaped by the Bougainville crisis and the Bougainville peace process. Mr. Acting Speaker, as Prime Minister, I fully recognize the responsibility that rests upon me. When I picked the referendum results in Arawa Peace Park, I informed the people of Bougainville, my people in Bougainville, that I am carrying this in my bag as member for Tari. That statement was made from the perspective to my brothers and sisters in Bougainville, to my children in Bougainville. That statement was made from the perspective that when it actually comes to exercising my moment in as far as 342 subsection 2 is concerned, I will be casting my one vote. My standing as Prime Minister is reduced to just one vote on the floor of Parliament as member for Tari. And I want to thank at this juncture the Bougainville leadership for recognizing and giving respect to our national Parliament. For they would have said in any time, we've met more than 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 times since 2019 after referendum. They could have said Parliament is just a rubber stamp. But I want to place on record my appreciation to the leadership in Bougainville, President Toroma included. They gave respect that Parliament is not a rubber stamp, that 342 subsection 2, that Parliament will make a decision will be through a way of a vote. And I want to register my thankfulness to Bougainville. And for this, to the Bougainville, my brothers and sisters in Bougainville, I've given you a statement in Kokopo when I said, as high as Mount William is, so will the result of Bougainville remain. Mount William is here to stay forever until Jesus comes. The result at 97.7%. Whatever happens when this parliament takes a vote, the result will stand tall forever into the future. As a reminder that on this date, I think it was 11th of December 2019, 97.7% was emerged through the ballot process. So to the people of Bougainville,
earlier on the timing, the Prime Minister's 20-minute speech has lapsed, but since then the Prime Minister, head of the state, and the statement he present, the statement he present represent the country, so I'll allow him to continue on the speech. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. Let me be quick. And so this, again, repeating, this is simply not a constitutional or political issue. It concerns the lives of our people. And we recognize the process that is running. Each of us will be exercising a vote. When I vote here, on the time to vote, we will not be running away or hiding away. In fact, I told the Bougainville leadership, you tell me how I should vote. And that was a question I put back to them. If you tell me that I vote for Bougainville independence, then I have no standing to be Prime Minister of this country. Then I'll have to do the right thing, resign as Prime Minister of this country. That issue, I put it back to the Bougainville leadership. Tell me how I should vote as member for Tari. Because Prime Minister's #1 job is to defend Section 2 of the Constitution. And so my brothers in Bougainville and me, we are talking. They are telling me that it's a hard question that you put to us. But again, the process is running. It will come, there will be a moment in which each of us take a decision on this one. I don't want you all to be predetermined or conceived in your mind. Pick up this report, read through them, study and think, because in the WABEC meeting we had with Bougainville leadership, we said in WABEC, I said, I will think from your perspective, and you must think from a perspective as I work to defend the national sovereign territorial integrity of the whole of this country. So I want to ask all of you the same question I put to the floor now, each of you. As we pick up this report and go home in the next month or two, we'll be traveling into September 1, the day Bougainvilleans had declared independence, but they said, no, let's remain together in September 16th. September 16th, we're going through our own 51st independence anniversary. Ponder over this issue and think from the perspective, lives lost, issues before September 16th. And I ask Bougainvilleans, my brothers and sisters, think from our perspective. Many provinces are talking about autonomy. This is the most diverse nation on the face of planet Earth. My interest is also to hold the country together as Prime Minister. Together we think from each other's perspective, and I want to say, when Parliament handles this matter, the vote result belongs to Parliament. Parliament will handle this matter. They will make a decision. Whatever the decision parliaments make, ultimately peace must always prevail. Now, I've made it clear in many times. PNG Defence Force will never enter Bougainville again, and we are proposing a law to make it clear. No more must PNG Defence Force enter Bougainville. And please don't, rest of the members of Parliament, don't think Prime Minister is backpedaling on his word. To fight who? What war? We've had enough engagement. Defense stays out. And I'd rather give Bougainville the fullest drawdown of 290 powers. I'd rather give Bougainville some of the powers in 289, and I'd rather work through the next segment of time, whatever decision we take, a segment of time. To Bougainvillean leadership, 342 subsection 1 has no sunset clause to it. 342 subsection 2 has no sunset clause to it. And I want to pick on from my words in WABEC meeting that I will think from your perspective and you think from my perspective. If this parliament majority votes in the affirmative to affirm the result, we'll use 342 subsection 1 to work through again and ask, when is it? But if majority says no through the process here, we'll use 342 subsection 1 and ask, how is it? The last time I spoke on this issue, I said yes will be a no, and no will be a yes. I saw the light in 342 subsection 1. Not all hope is lost. The day in October when this parliament stand up to vote is not the final day in which there will be a great wall of Bougainville and Papua New Guinea being erected. We will still be working through the process. And I want to close by asking, Bougainville, you've had powers since 2001. The 290 powers, have we fully drawn down on the 290 powers? Section 290 powers have not been fully drawn down. This government, the Pangu-led coalition, the Marape Rosso government have shown fullest commitment. We've given you 100% of Panguna. My Deputy Prime Minister has given you land. All the state lands come back to Bougainville government. Consistent with my word when I picked out the referendum result, the economic independent process must start. The Minister for Fisheries, Law and Fishery, Minister of Fishery, for goodness sake, make it happen. The Minister of Forestry, Law and Forestry, for goodness sake, make it happen. Draw down fullest of 290 power. And we'll discuss 289 powers. And whatever it is, I have a government policy prepared to announce right after the vote is taken, and I cannot preempt this. I have two papers. One paper, if the vote is in the affirmative. If the vote is in the affirmative, the constitutional vote is taken, and if it is affirmative, I have one paper to use to speak to the country and Bougainville. But if the vote is in the negative, I have a second paper to use. But these both papers embraces 289 and 290 powers. These both papers will reach a destination. One is a question of when, one is a question of how. And we'll get there to the destination in time. So to Bougainvilleans, don't lose hope. And to the rest of Papua New Guinea, I don't think it's a big issue. Think from the perspective, we think from their perspective, they must think from our perspective. Together, let's uphold the spirit of peace that was signed and inked on 30th of August 2001. And without fear, construct something that is good for all of us going forward. Melanesia has been here before Papua New Guinea. I repeat, Melanesia has been here before Papua New Guinea. And Melanesia will live on. Let's construct something that truly upholds culture, tradition, people, religion, Jesus Christ, the great peacemaker, and find something that is win-win for all of us. The self-government proposal that has been proposed is something that I embrace. I want to live with an example of a region called Catalia. Catalia, if it was a country, it would be in the top 50 countries of the world. But Catalia has been aspiring to be a country since 1932. Catalia is the most powerful and richest region of Spain. Those who follow soccer, you know the team called Barcelona. I'm a rugby league guy, so yeah, Barcelona. That's from Catalia. They have their own soccer team. They have their own economy. An economy that is bigger than $100 billion economy without being independent from Spain. since 1932. But that is not to put a dent to what is coming ahead. The vote will take place. Whatever it is, God has placed us here to find a win-win solution for all of us. And I want to put to all of us, be at peace. Matthew chapter 5, verses 8 or 9 says, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God." And to my brothers and sisters in Bougainville, President Toroma, we know you have come through a long walk, but that long walk has been with us every step of the way. 1988, the fourth Prime Minister of our country sent the police and army in not to start a civil war to shoot you or kill you. It was to quell a law and order issue that started this crisis. Today, for me as Prime Minister, I do send police. And if police are short at work, we send defense again to places like Pogora or Mayontari, and they do go up there. So this has been a long time coming. We are in the process of completing this journey for this leg, and whatever it is, 342 subsection 1, in my view, has to breach into the future. Let's not be fearful of this process, and let's run it through. And Mr. Speaker, I want to put to the members of this House, the opposition and government, in the month of October, subject to my meeting with President Toroma and his leadership team and our team, we agree we'll pick a joint date and we will inform all of us as to when we will handle this important matter. Thank you too much.
Leader of Government Business.
Adjourn debate. Mr. Speaker, sorry, I now want to adjourn debate to a later date in this important matter.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I seek leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
The question is that, honourable members, is leave granted? Aye. Granted. Leader of Government Business.
Acting Speaker, I move that some of our standing orders be suspended as would prevent the Parliament at its rising, adjourn until Tuesday, 1st September at 10 o'clock a.m.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Acting Speaker, I move that Parliament do now adjourn until Tuesday, 1st September 2026 at 10 o'clock a.m.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Honourable members, I now adjourn Parliament to 10 o'clock a.m. 1st September, Tuesday.